Are you looking for a faster video? Well, today it's a live stream, and I know you're probably looking for a really nice and tidy, edited down video, but I have ways for you to make it faster. You can click that little gear on the YouTube settings right there on the video and adjust the playback speed, make me sound like a chipmunk, and it'll go a lot faster. You can also look and see if there's timestamps for this project in the description, and if you're on a desktop, you can hover over the time bar at the bottom of the screen and see if it's chunked up into chapters, and then that way you can go directly to the step you're looking for. And lastly, you can also tap on the screen on the right hand side of the video picture or on the left hand side to make the video jump ahead, forward or backward if you're on a mobile device. And you can adjust that amount in your settings so you can have complete control over how much it jumps. So if you are on a desktop, you can use the fast forward or the rewind, and that will make it go faster as well. You can also enable subtitles, and the little CC on the screen will enable closed captioning. That way, if I am a little bit harder to understand with that double playback speed, the subtitles might help you out. All right, well, I know that it's not a nice little edited video, but if you sew with me, we'll get there together and it'll be lots of fun. And now for the live stream. Happy sewing! Hello, how's it going? Hi Dar. Hi Delta. Hey Hannah, how's it going? I just got up and shut the door. I think the air conditioner's broken on this side of the building. It's so frustrating. They just won't do anything. It's like 80 degrees in here when I come in the morning, and it used to at least cool off overnight. And by evening, it's like 90 degrees in here, and I just have to leave. I have a fan on today, so hopefully it doesn't bug you guys. I did a little sound test, and I didn't hear it, but I didn't listen for it. I was just making sure my mic worked. So let me know if it bugs you guys, because I can turn it off. It's fine. I'll last a little longer if it's cool. I got some air, you know. Hey, Barbara, how's it going? So today is going to be a lot of experimenting. If you are here for a sew along of this particular garment, which I know isn't exactly like the Love Notions North Star pullover, but maybe you did some of the modifications I did in the cutting video, I would skip ahead if you don't want to watch all this experimenting. You just want to get right to it. But I am going to experiment quite a bit with a few different ways to sew this, partly because I'm trying to figure out a way to make it look somewhat ready to wear using the machines we have available to us as home sewists. I'll mostly be using my single needle straight stitch, and I also have a Serge and a Coverstitch. I will be using those. I know those aren't like, not everybody has those, but I will be using those because that's the look I want for this shirt, and I'm kind of into using my new Coverstitch and Serge. And I think, like, if you want it to look ready to wear, sadly, that's kind of the route you got to go. I love a zigzag stitch on knits. I don't find it looks home sew at all. I think it's cute and I like it. And it's being employed more and more even in ready to wear. So I'm also going to experiment with doing different kinds of bindings, a different lining for the collar, interfacing. I have one layer that you may not have to deal with, and that is this grid. So the grid on my fabric here is definitely making me realize that even just a 1/16 of an inch off in my stitching makes it look crooked because of this grid. So I'm kind of practicing. I just already started practicing because I was kind of interested earlier, so, and I was ready. So hi Lynn, hi Sydney, Walter, nice to see you. Hi Terry. Yeah, right, exactly, Terry. Hi Rena, welcome. Nice, Linda, welcome. You are not the only Canadian here. Hi from California. It is sunny and blue, a little smoky, but it's actually a really nice day today. It's really nice. Warm though, it's been kind of warm. It's gonna be 10 degrees cooler here today, which is awesome. So, and it's my husband's birthday, so, you know, I've been doing menswear all month, and it's my annual tradition to make him something. This year we made him 4 things. He got a capsule wardrobe before me, I can't believe it. So I doubt I'm gonna get him to model all of it today on his birthday because he's going to a soccer game, so he won't even be home when I get home. So, anyway, this is our month-long culmination in this menswear project. And I'm looking forward to it because I love to experiment, and I get nervous. I think like you think I probably don't get nervous because I'm doing this YouTube thing and I must be totally outgoing and everything, but I do. I get nervous every time. And particularly when I'm going to experiment or do something that I haven't perfected in a while, that makes me nervous too. So I think that's the best place to come from because I'm actually really interested in this. This is something that I really love figuring out. So thanks you guys. Hi Elena. Hi Emily. I will let the patootie know. He seems to kind of be embracing the title now. Oh, he is such a patootie. All right. Hi Shanika, how's it going? Ah, thanks for subscribing, Sarah. We're almost at 10,000 subscribers. So, hey, maybe I'll say that for once. Hey, if you aren't subscribed and you like what you see, subscribe. I'm almost about to hit that milestone. I don't think anything happens, but I'm kind of excited about it. So, I saw when Soda Fit hit, I think she hit a certain amount, and she said at 20,000 subscribers, she gets like a personal person to contact at YouTube, which is kind of cool. So I will pass along all your birthday wishes. He tuned in the other day and saw the part of the cutting stream, so maybe he's here. You're right, Sydney. He does. Okay, so let me just recap a little bit if you didn't see the cutting stream. So I'm making the Love Notions North Star pullover. Sorry, I have a lot of layers to my bin today because I have so many experimental things going on. So here is that pattern. And I am modifying it, and the modifications weren't too difficult at all, especially since this is actually, the sleeves and the overall body are pretty long that I didn't even need to lengthen it to accommodate the fact that I've removed the sleeve cuffs and the waistband, and then we just put these 2 pieces together, and that's pretty much it. If you don't need to do any sizing modifications, it's a pretty simple conversion, and this is what we're going for. So we're going for that classic Patagonia fleece pullover look. It won't be identical to this because I don't have some of these materials, but I think I'd like to experiment with binding here. I like the idea of this offset cover stitch here. I won't be doing a chest pocket this round, but if you want a tutorial on how to do this, I did one on the fly on the utility jacket towards the end, and it turned out pretty good. It was in woven though, not in knits. So just so you know. Oh, cool. Oh, really? You, how is the Ash Jeans zipper? The Ash Jeans zipper, isn't that kind of similar to the closet core method? Because I can't remember. Who is it that has the weird one? It's not weird, I shouldn't say that, but it's different than usual. Thread Theory has a really interesting zipper construction, and I always have to kind of go, wait a minute, what am I doing here? And I know why they do it that way, because it's sometimes it's really logical to do it the way they do it. Who's the other one though? I thought it was the Ash Jeans, but it might not be. We've sewn like 7 pairs of jeans now, 7 different companies. We've sewn more than that, but so anyway, this is what we're doing. I'm not doing the binding on the cuffs or the hem either. I'm just gonna hem it with Coverstitch machine. Maybe I'll do the look of the Coverstitch on the reverse, you know, on the showing. So, all right. So let's just look this over. So some of the elements that I want to incorporate from this are, I like the zipper facing here that protects the chest, you know, from the zipper. And like any fabric kind of getting zipped into it. This is kind of a nice little touch. I'm not going to be doing the ribbon. Hopefully I won't regret that. That is to keep it kind of stiff and smooth, you know. Oh, you saw the extensions versus the jeans. Oh, interesting. I'll have to go back and look at that, Terry. My one regret with that Ash jeans whole tutorial is that part 1 never got uploaded on YouTube, because that was the one where my stream didn't end when I said end. Remember, I had that issue happening for a few streams. I caught it on the others, but I didn't catch it on that one, so it recorded for 21 hours, you know, on my end screen, and it never uploaded. In fact, if I look at it in my analytics right now, it'll say still processing, even though I've tried deleting it. But I do have how I sewed those in a I did a prototype, right? That's those, right? The Ash jeans. I love the way those fit, by the way. They're kind of my go-to. I mean, not right now. It's too hot. It's like hotter than Hades here. So I like the idea of the binding back here on this edge. And I like it right here too. So I know that there's a few people like, eek, binding. But let me tell you about this kind of sewing on the binding. For one, you only are going to see one side of it, so you don't have to like nail the stitching on the other side of the binding like we're usually worried about, you know. And two, it gives you this finished edge that you just top stitch down. Then you don't have to worry about it, you know, getting caught or, you know, making sure that you catch it or anything like that. It's a little bit, it takes some of those little elements out of the equation, which is kind of nice. Oh, the prototype. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I had left that up for sure because that's all we had. That was so frustrating because that whole sew through went so well. You know, I wish I could just edit it or get rid of all the 21 hours that are not the zipper or the jeans. All right. So what have I done? I don't think I've done much to what we cut out, except I ironed interfacing to pieces. And did I cut out this lining with us together on Thursday? I can't remember if I cut this out. And then I interfaced all these pieces. So these are all synthetics, and I'm using a interfacing for knits. So it works a little better. And what I'm finding, and you'll probably see me apply some today, even though I have a bunch already fused, is that steam, it does not go onto the fabric unless I use steam. So you've made 3 ashes so far, Lynn. That's awesome. Yeah, you do, Elena. Oh, I need to stretch out my hip. Are you in the northern hemisphere, Elena? You're not freezing like Delta is. So it's kind of hard to think about sewing jeans right now when it's so warm out. And same with doing something like this. But in my personal opinion, I love sewing things like this out of season so that when the season hits, you've got brand new clothes. It's so awesome. And as a knitter, this was always really great if you could knit through the summer, because then you could wear it as many months as possible in the winter. But having a pile of wool on your lap while you're knitting, when it's hot, isn't that great for some climates. And that's mine right now. So, all right. So I was just trying out a few. So here, like you can see, like this one went in really easily. But then right here, you can see, you know, partly because it's stretched out right here. Well, it's not really stretched out, but this is a little too close to the zipper. You can see it's a little crooked. It really shows. And it doesn't censor that, Abby? Ash. A-S-H. That probably made it worse. It's too hot in here, yeah. Yeah, right, Sydney? I know, I still want to make some summer things too. So I'm excited about what Hearts is going to send us. They're going to send us 2 projects based on all the things you voted for. So that's kind of cool. I think you'll be happy what they're going to be sending us. Why is my chair feels so low? Let me see. I can't remember how to do this one. It just doesn't raise up. Oh, well. Oh, well. All right, so I'm just going to play around sewing a little bit of this. I have this beautiful, look at this little buffet of things that I made here for today. So these are the things. So I know that all of us, and myself included, really want to get sewing right off the bat, right? We're like, project. But sometimes I will do these little experiments, or I'll practice on the side before I get to one step. Today I went a little overboard, so I have 2 fronts here that are fused on the center front slit. I have some extra fabric here that's cotton for potentially binding. I have a feeling I'll use this slimy stuff that was from a bra maker's website. I have a couple of collars and interfacing here. Some straight pieces of interfacing for that slit down here. This is that zip extension that goes behind the zipper. I have a few zippers and then a few collars, like full collars here. These are just that front section right there. So I'm not sewing like the whole thing on every sample. I ordered from Waywack, like you guys suggested, and thank you so much for telling me to do that. I forgot to do it right after I got off on Thursday, off the stream, and I didn't do it till like 3 o'clock, and it still said it was going to arrive on Friday, and I was like, there's no way. And then I got an email thing saying, oh, your order shipped, and that was like at 11 o'clock that night, but it said it wasn't going to arrive today, and it still arrived yesterday. It's crazy fast. It's crazy fast. So props to them. That was pretty awesome. So I got a bunch of these little zippers here to try. And then this is just strips of binding, and I'm kind of even tempted to iron, interface it. So it's not very stretchy. In fact, I think the stretch does go both ways, but that's as much as it stretches. The stuff is kind of weird. I got it for a project last year, and I didn't end up doing that project. And when I got it, I was like, oh, this is not what I thought this was. So kind of glad I didn't do the project. So, all right. This is my actual one from my bin. So I have one complete set in my bin. I think like if you're gonna do some experimenting, set yourself up. It's so much easier and motivating to try your experiments. You don't have to go overboard like that. But yeah, just give yourself, like, cut out a few extra pieces of interfacing and scrap fabric, and then set yourself up, and then you'll be more motivated to do it. And then when you go to do your project, it'll go really fast. So, ooh, I was young. Really, Hannah? That's crazy. They may have a distribution center out there. Hi, Eliza. Nice to see you. All right. Okay, so on one of those that I sewed, I actually sewed it from the fabric side. This time I kind of want to try sewing it from this side. My only problem is the fact that I can't see the grid, but I kind of like sewing from the zipper side like this, because I like sewing on the zipper tape. It makes the fabric behave much better for my machine. Your machine may do better, especially if you have like some sort of like knit setting you can put it on. And mine is an industrial straight stitch. And did I unthread? Oh, I unthreaded my needle somewhere along the line here. Dang. I did put my zipper foot in because these zipper tapes are so stinking narrow. So I'm pre-slitting this, and I just made this a 1/2 inch opening. So this little thing here measures a 1/2 inch wide, and I went a 1/4 inch below my slit, and then I cut my Y. You can kind of see it there. All right, so I'm gonna just sew a few of these in here. I'm gonna do it from the wrong side, I think. I'm just gonna leave my zipper hanging below that, and so we're just gonna sew a few. I kind of want to try starting from the bottom. In fact, let's just cut this off. I will salvage all these zippers too, so you won't see me backstitch a lot on this experimenting because of that, just to make it a little bit easier. I don't really have the most ideal thread color. Oh, I also want to tell you guys that I reached out to the folks I bought the fabric from, and they were really nice, and they they were really sorry that they had missed my earlier shipping email, and they compensated me for a full yard of the fabric. The 14 inches that was damaged was about 25% of the fabric, so they gave me 33% of my fabric for free, which also covered a little bit of that shipping charge. So, and that was Rocky Woods in Loveland, Colorado. So that floats around for what stuff? Oh, for maybe the, wait, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to place this, so I'm putting this right sides together, and I'm going to start in the crook here. This is kind of why I want to start from the side, because then I can see where I have slit this. And I can see this line I drew, which I never really sew on. But when I sew from this side, what happens is, oh, I backstitched. It stretches out my knit. Flip the zipper to the other side. And then I'm going to look at getting this, sorry, my foot's on there. Straight across from it. I'm not going to go across the bottom. I don't do that with this style, with the knits. I don't think this one went in very good. Yeah, see that was, see it's this going across the bottom here. Could I fix that? Maybe. Maybe not. This one started a little lower. I did get it pretty even with this grid. This grid is going to be a problem though. Let's just zoom in a little. Oh, yeah, exactly. And covers, oh. How heavy? This is just the, I never find this interfacing for knits coming in very many weights. I just got what they had. So it's not very heavy. And it took steam to get it to a fix. So this is the other awkward thing I'm finding is because of this grid, I have to slit on the grid. Maybe I'll go down the center this time and see how that is. And I got to kind of gauge where that end is. So we'll go there, see how I did. And then I'm drawing my box. And this is mainly because of the grid of my fabric. If I didn't have this grid, I would probably iron this on and draw my box and then slit it. So we'll just draw this on here, being really careful to hold it all together. And what I do is I line up the 1/4 inch to the slit rather than the 1/2 inch to the other purple line. This is not my see-through ruler. Where's the end? Here's the end. I saw a few tutorials on YouTube. I saw one gal who I didn't know who she was, but she had a lot of views. And then I saw Melly Sews do this, and they looked really good, but I felt like there was a lot of details missing. So maybe it's because I'm not using her pattern, so maybe it would be more obvious. It doesn't like cutting across the grid, my little snips. There we go. So I'm going to do that. Let's try one more time, or 5 more times. Now let's try it from the zipper side. See, this side, I find it a little hard to figure out where my cut is. Hi, Angela, how's it going? So I'm just gonna extend my zipper beyond that. And see, I have to kind of look for this little point where it's slit, which is a little nerve-wracking. I'm wondering if my bottom here, since it's further away, maybe I should pull my zipper a little bit further away from the edge. Let's try that. I'm going to extend that a little bit further. So I'm just going to scooch it this way, about 1/16 of an inch away from the edge. Shouldn't have backstitched, I know. Actually, let's mark it across. I'm going to poke my awl right across from where my stitching is. I'm going to mark that. I feel very awkward doing it that way, but I'm kind of curious. Okay. Oh, nice, Barbara. Sewing and car testing. Wait, I missed that. Oh, you have to test drive a car. I do not like test driving cars. You do? That's great. But I'm very, very decisive when I get there. All right, so I'm going to flip my zipper to the other side and put this again like this. And I'm going to try, can I start from the bottom? So I also want to try binding these edges first. All right, so do we want it? Maybe I didn't want the zipper. I thought that would put it further away. Interesting. I'm just looking at where things are at. I'm kind of curious. So this right here, I could snip this a little further toward where I've already stitched, right? You can always go, you know, beyond what you already snipped. That's why I'm not being very aggressive with the snipping. So if I look at this, I like to examine things. Yeah, so maybe hanging it off wasn't a good call, because look at that. Now I'm right on the edge if I want to stretch out this end right here. So this is what we want, right? We want it to look like this. So I should have hung my zipper off of the edge of the slit rather than the other way. Okay. That's interesting. That's so cute, Elena. That's so funny. My husband loves it. He's definitely a car guy. When I went and looked at my truck, because when I sold, or not, didn't sell chicken boots, but when I finished chicken boots, I was like, I want a truck. And my family was like, you do? I'm like, yeah, I really like hauling stuff still. And I don't want an SUV. I want something kind of smaller. And so we went and got a truck. Okay, look at that. I got the zipper off center, and that's because of how I placed the first one, but that's really nice. All right, so I want to try one more, and I'm going to add the binding element. When we went, I was wearing like home clothes, which I never leave the house in. And we got there, I felt like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm actually here testing cars, and I'm wearing like clothes I weed the garden in. And then I ended up buying a truck, so, because I'm so decisive. I was like, I like this. Like, I could tell I liked it. I was like, I like this one, but it has to be in blue. He was like, yeah, we don't have it in blue. And then he's like, we do. So I was like, oh, great, let's go. Michael's like, that's it? You don't want to test drive anymore? I'm like, no, all the others were so uncomfortable. And I didn't like them. He was like, okay. And I'm done. All right, so put my box there. I'm literally cutting down the center of these grooves, and look at how crooked it still looks on the back side. Do you see the little jagged lines? Oh, interesting, Elena. That's fun. All right, here's one more. So I did it that time from the zipper side, right? All right, and so we learned that I don't want to put it this way. I want to hang it off. I still don't understand the logic of that. Why does that not make sense to me? I'm not going to cut my Y at first this time. I'm going to do it afterward. Let's see. No, that doesn't make sense. That it should be over here, right? So if that is, yeah, 1/4 inch like that. If I want it further away, what I'm finding is my zipper tape is so narrow that doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance on each side is too much. So that puts it there and there. Yeah, this is a 7/8 inch wide zipper. No wonder. And if I'm doing a 1/2 inch opening right here, that means that I can't use a full 1/4 inch seam allowance, because it would be 1/4 plus this 1/2, and that's 1 inch, and that's wider than that. So I need to do smaller seam allowances, but maybe leave it still lined up to the edge. That's what I just learned. Will I ever remember that after this project? Who knows? All right, so I'm gonna do smaller. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, smaller than 1/4 inch seam allowance, still with my zipper tape lined up to the edge. Okay. It's not snipped, so let's snip this side. I don't want to zip my tape or snip my tape. Ay caramba. There you go. All right, and then let's make sure we get it straight across. I'm trying different methods of making sure I get it straight across. All right, so if I just did that, like pull it over, line up these edges, how will that be? I have a little whoop-de-doo there, huh? We'll trim that and get rid of it. What if I place it like this and then start sewing? Oh, but that's really far away from the edge. Okay. This is what happens. Right, Penny? I feel that way too. I'm like, we just got that. And my husband's like, it's 7 years old. I'm like, oh. I feel like that's the sign you're getting older too, you know? Like when your kid doesn't remember one of the pets. You're like, how could you not remember Fluffy? They're like, I was 3. All right, wait, I want to clip this better, so let's put this back to the way it was. What's giving me this little, oh, okay, my back stitch is just past my box. All right. So when you get kind of lost in the sauce on these kinds of projects, do this. Make it look the way it's going to look when it's done. You know, you're like, which way is the right side? Which is the wrong side? Which way do I put it? And then you can kind of reorient yourself. So see, if I want this zipper right here, this little bit right here to be nice and flat, I need to pull that over here. Wait, that's too wide of a seam allowance though. It's wanting to fold along my inner facing. Right there. That is pretty wide, and maybe it's because of the slit I just did. See, I just cannot see. And this is where I think some of these videos are really not showing you what's happening. If you don't have this grid, it's going to be a lot easier. All right, so that those stitches went a little too far. Is that what's going on there? They're across from each other. So what's giving me that little pucker? Maybe maybe I'll just fluff up the knit. That looks pretty good. You know, once it was all top stitched around. The grid looks pretty straight. It's not lined up here. I'm pretty sure this piece of fabric was cut along a horizontal line, which means like if you got really picky, you can see that these aren't lining up going across from one another. It's really obvious on the camera too. But that looks pretty good. Hi D-Mac, how's it going? How are you? I saw you playing Uncharted. All right, let's try one with a binding. Let's take out some of our zippers though. I still have some black ones. I have this one. Oh, I still have 2 more over there. Let me just take out a couple. So I want to bind this raw edge and then sew in the zipper. See, the best part about these things is a lot of them you're not going to want to save. The zipper is really strong, so you can really hoik on it like that. So down here is where I backstitched, so I got to be careful about that. Don't nick that tape. You see that? I almost nicked the tape. This stuff is super strong until you nick this little zipper tape, and then it's really fragile. It just starts coming unraveled. All right. All right, so I've been thinking more about August, my August calendar. So this is what I'm thinking right now. I've changed it up a little bit. I have wanted to make the Sew House 7 Tea House dress a modified version. I know, exactly. That's awesome, D-Mac. It's so great to hear that. I'm really well, thanks. It's Michael's birthday today, so I'm making my last garment for him for the month. He's going to a minor league soccer game tonight, so I won't even see him tonight. And it's my dad's birthday tomorrow, so I'm gonna make gnocchi. I've never made gnocchi before, but I ran across a recipe when I was making Cricket's recipe book, which she loved, by the way, you guys. And I thought, oh, this gnocchi recipe looks pretty straightforward. It looks like something I would like making. And so I'm gonna make that, and I'm gonna make a peach galette because the peaches on our tree are now ripe and they're amazing. So that's what I'm gonna do tonight and tomorrow, probably. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll make the dough for the galette tonight, because then it's chilled. So all right, so for August, this is what I'm thinking. I would really like to make, I told myself this summer I was gonna make 1 or 2 of Sew House 7's patterns again and kind of redo those videos, but I'm not sure I want to redo those videos. I don't know how good they are, but at the same time, it might be nice to do something new. And what I was thinking is this could be one of our first patterns that if you're interested in drafting, because maybe you have your block now, I want to make a tea house dress that doesn't need a belt. That it is a standalone dress with like some sort of shaping and still very loose fitting, kind of like a forgiving fit for, you know, lumps and bumps. So really? That's awesome, Eliza. Oh, he would have been 34 on the 27th just this past week. Oh, wow. That's incredible. We have a peach tree, D-Mac, that is a volunteer. So the previous owners had this compost bin, and they tended their compost bin about as good as we do. And so this peach tree grew out of a peach pit from their compost bin. There's 2 of them. One of them isn't very good, and this one's incredible. And the peach tree is nuts. It's like definitely rogue. You know, it is all over the place. Lots of branches laying on the ground. So they're so heavy with fruit. It's really unattractive looking, except for the fact that it's got, why am I taking the threads off that piece? That it's got a glorious peach tree, you know. All right, is this the one I kind of liked? No, I don't like that one. I'm going to save this one. I'm just going to take this one out. Yeah, hi, Michelle. Oh, tortellini. I made pasta once with a friend. We made ravioli, and she was really, really good cook, but she and I both neglected to think about one aspect when we were doing it. And so what we did was we made lots of it, and we froze it, but we stacked them on top of each other. This seems like such a noob, dumb mistake. Like how could I not think this was going to happen now? But you don't realize when you just put things on top of each other, they freeze together. So then we couldn't, like, if we defrosted the ravioli, they were just a mess of filling and dough, and you'd get like 3 whole ravioli. It was just so silly, you know. Hi, Nancy. How's it going? Really, Nancy? You do? Oh, I might look. What's your tips? I'm using the Cook's Illustrated recipe. There's like 3 ingredients. I love minimal ingredient recipes. It sounds like the key is baking the russet potatoes first and not overworking the dough. Those sound like the 2 things they learned in their test kitchen. Yeah, these peaches are pretty good. My husband got some from the farmer's market a few weeks ago, a whole flat of them, and I've been gobbling them up because we froze them all. I'm going to use my dehydrator. In fact, that's so funny. In my head, I was going to do that all day tomorrow. Let's get peaches ready. But oh yeah, I'm hosting a birthday party. I love how I can schedule myself for 3 different things on the same day without even thinking. I don't actually love that. I'm getting better about it, but It's so funny how I can completely forget that my family's coming over and I'm making stuff. I still gotta like wrap some presents too. One of the cool things I got as a gift for my dad, I don't think my dad's really gonna think this is cool, but I think my brother will, and his birthday's in August as well. And Michael knows I got these, and he can. I got one if he wants it for him too. But I got them all. What are they called? The Apple AirTag. I got Apple AirTags for them. They're so affordable. And it's the AirTag is like an RFID tag, so you can put it on something and then track it. And so say you want to put it on your car keys or your child's favorite stuffed animal, or I'm thinking about putting it on one of my animals, my cat. I don't know if that would be really good for him, but at the same time, I hate worrying about him during fire season. So they're like $30 each or something like that, and you can get like a pack of 4 as well. So I got those, especially for my brother. My brother's gonna love this thing. And the good thing about these things is that all the other tags out there, like Google Tile and stuff like that, you have to pay a yearly fee to use. And I was like, why do you have to pay a yearly fee to use these things when it's just like a localized Bluetooth thing? So I was really cool that the Apple AirTag seemed pretty private. So that's kind of cool. You made a mistake possible. Oh yeah, this has a brown butter and sage sauce as sage butter. Oh, I'm not gonna try and say that again. But we're gonna make a gorgonzola cream sauce and a red sauce. So, all right, let's get back to sewing. All right, I'm gonna save this one, and let's see. I want to try some with binding. Let's go to one of these big boys here. I've got like a whole neckline. I realized this was just overkill after I was trying it. Oh, so oh no, it's not coming off. Let me just cut this off a little bit. All right, so this is already slitted. I don't know if you can see. There, you can see there, the slit is already there, and then I ironed it over it. You guys are not inspiring me about this whole gnocchi idea. I'm having doubts. I like making things that are kind of involved, but of the baking variety, you know, like with dough and stuff. I wouldn't want to make, you know, like something where you have to saute a bunch of things and make sauces and all that. That's just not my style. All right, so I'm kind of curious. Maybe I could try a cotton binding on one side. I just feel like that's not a good plan. Maybe I'll try this stuff, which, blah. All right, so I'm gonna sew it from, I'm thinking about this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just bind it. Yeah, so I go in phases of making tortillas or sopes or stuff like that. I love doing stuff like that with, like, I love finding recipes that use maseca, and which is like a corn flour mixture. And if you ever want to make tortillas, you don't want to use like cornmeal. It just tastes metallic, but the maseca is kind of like a quick and dirty way to do it. I don't want to say it's the Bisquick of Mexican cooking, because it's better than that, but you get the drift. All right, so I want to look at the bottom of this. One of the tutorials I was watching yesterday, they bound it and left. Okay, yeah, I think I'll leave it raw. Oh, and look at that. And they actually overlock across the zipper tape there with this little doohickey. All right, I feel like being really adventurous right now and trying out one of the like the whole kit and caboodle. So I'm gonna try one of these. Do I not have, oh, I don't have fleece of that. Yeah, you could totally use it on your luggage, Eliza. Pretty sure. I smush them with a press, but I swear the maseca is key. And using the cast iron. And I haven't experimented a whole lot with using some white flour with it, but I think that would be a good combo. I really like the mixture of corn and flour in one. There's a lot of really amazing Mexican food YouTube channels, and there's like 2 or 3 I love watching. I mean, like, I could just sit there and watch them. They're just so good. I'm not a cook, you guys. Like, seriously, my husband does all the cooking. I am so blessed that my partner likes to do that. But I do like things like that. Like, I'll be like, ooh, I'm going to make an ice cream cake. You know, so, all right, I'm going to iron this. I have the iron set off to the side. Yeah, so I'll spend all day making, say, tortillas, but I'll have nothing to put in them. Like, that is so classic me. I'm like, ooh, I'm making dinner tonight, and my husband will be like, wow, okay, cool. And then he's like, well, what are we having? And I'm like, well, we're having tortillas. And then he'll be like, okay, I'm going to make a filling for him. I'm like, okay. Okay, so I also find that I like ironing things like this interfacing. I like doing it from the fabric side, usually, but I'm not sure. I might have to do it from the knit side because it needs a lot of heat. And I'm using it on a lower setting, but so it needs all I can give it. And I'm really pumping the steam. Like, I've really only found that this adheres with steam. Oh my God, really? With cheese. Oh, Terry, that's so smart. Do you lose your luggage a lot, Eliza? Because that's on them. Yeah. All right, so I don't have black thread on or my presser foot, so I know this is very foolhardy. Oh, I just feel like it should have real fabric behind it. I'll just recut one of these. This is my idea. I wanted to do one where the actual fabric was against the body. So let's see how I did here. We'll see. I don't know. So my husband got an Instant Pot recently, and that's what he's really into. He's really into the Instant Pot. All right, so this is just this little underfacing I tried. So I found I needed to, well, I didn't need to, but I wanted to get a cookbook for it. And I found a Mexican one. I'm so excited because he loves making lots of Asian food. Lots of Moroccan and Thai, Japanese, lots of, you know, that's like his favorite. And I love that, but I love Mexican food. So I found him an Instant Pot Mexican food cookbook. Here, I know you do all the cooking, but can I make a suggestion? But I think he'd like that because I think he would really like an enchilada sauce recipe, one that he likes. All right, so what do we think here? Do we think that this is overlocked? Oh no, it's not. It's bound. Ay caramba, they do this all at once? Well, phooey. That wasn't what I was thinking of doing. I was thinking of binding this edge first. So then say this is bound, right? You got your binding here. Pasta grannies. Oh, that's kind of cute. And then I was going to place the zipper on there and fold it back. Yeah, but that isn't what I want. I actually do. That's so interesting because the tutorials I saw, they faked it. One of them faked it. One of them faked it. I can barely get 25 likes on a video. This person has like hundreds of thousands and she faked sewing this. I know now. Wow. Okay. All right. So I got to do this at the same time. Right? So this is like this. Right? Let me think about this. Wait a minute. Yeah, so if this is bound like this and turned this way, and so then this would be here as well. That's it. This one goes on. Oh yeah, this does go on the side. So then this is me. I talk to myself when I'm figuring certain things out. I want this to come around like this. All right. So this would be like this. Holy heck, that's a lot. Okay. Let's do it. I'm gonna edge stitch this. Yeah, we get, or Michael's had it happen too, and then they would deliver it at our front door, is usually what happens the next day. That would be pretty unfortunate internationally. Okay, so I'm not doing the best job here, but it isn't really giving me a whole lot of trouble. I'm just gonna top stitch this edge since this is my last chance. Now, I think I'm just gonna nip this through the serger really quick. Oh, that's cool. Pasta Grannies. That's such a cute name. Meow. It's pretty good. I'm just gonna go across this. It is so hot in here. I don't think I need to do this whole edge, but you know, it could offer stability. I'm definitely not going to because my serger stitch right now is really, really wide. Look at that, it's super wide. I'm gonna probably regret this, but I'm gonna cut these off right now because I'm just trying to get to my experiment. I just want you to know, once I figure this out, the whole shirt's gonna go together like that. This is an experiment day. All right, so let's also do, don't I have some of these? Yeah, right here. I knew it. Okay. And then, yeah, let's just try the whole thing. Because there's so many steps that I want to try. This is binding, okay. I'm using that flawed fabric for some of these things, so you might see those lines. They couldn't see them in the warehouse, but I can see them really clearly. Look at that. All right, so if we wanted to mimic this, what do you think that is? I kind of think doing, I'm going to try this. All right, so I'm going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch seam. And then I'm going to do a little different than how theirs is. I'm going to press this up. No, I'm going to press it up. Let it fold along that natural spot there, like that. No, I was wrong. I was right the first time. Push it up this way and fold it down like that. Okay. I haven't trimmed my lining pieces to be shorter like the pattern is, just so you know. Like that. Hi, Mary Pearson. We see your number 1, but I didn't know what it meant. So I thought maybe you were typing something and then it got hit to be sent. Oh my gosh. No luggage for the whole plane. Didn't they have a flight going there like right away, or is it one of those that they just do it like twice a week or something? That's nuts. Okay, so we have these 2 little collar ends, and I want to trim this lining, but I'm not going to quite yet because I also might bind that. I'm just trying to figure out my order of operations. So I have my little facing there. I have my little zipper front. I have my zipper. I think that this isn't a long enough one. Let's try a, aren't these longer? Okay, wait, I have longer ones. Where are they? Oh, they're back at the back here, okay. Well, no, those are the ones I didn't buy. That is longer though. I had 2 links that I got from Waywack. A lot of little bits and pieces around here. What the heck? I did have 2 links, right? These are all the same. Where's that really long one? I got 2 long ones. This isn't it. Is this it? Well, no. It's like an inch longer. Is that it? Well, dang. I need to like 11-inch zippers. I guess that'll work. Okay, let's try. Do I only have one of these? Okay, and I have a black zipper because what I'm thinking is that I'll stitch this in black, obviously, and it'll be my black zipper sitting on here. The only thing about this is that if I do a black zipper here, that's what's going to show, you know? The day before you flew back, you're like, great, well, at least it's not coming, it's coming home with me. All right, so if I want this to be here, that's just not tall enough. I'm disappointed in myself. I thought I had, maybe this slit's too long. Eek! Weird. All right, so I'm gonna do just one of these. We're gonna make do for now. Okay, so let's see here. I have my zipper, I have my facing, I have my collar here. So I think the binding, I need to bind this edge here. I need to sew my collar to my neckline. So let's sew that real quick. Okay. I was like, wait, that's kind of straight. Collar to neckline. Okay, so this is what we have so far. I think I'm gonna bind this edge right now, but I need to know how long it needs to finish. So let's say we do turn this down like this, and then we want this to finish like at the seam right there, or a little below. See, this is another thing I see. I know someone faked this part too now. Making it look easy does nobody any favors. Yeah, I think I'm gonna trim that much off there. You know, doing a tutorial and making it look easy so that people feel like they're gonna be successful, it doesn't do anybody favors. You know? It's doing me none. And I was just like, all right, let's see, has anyone done this particular kind of garment? Like, is there someone on at Patagonia who's like, let me show you how we do this? That's kind of what I was thinking. I was kind of hoping for. Because I would have loved to see the machinery they use, you know? All right. I'm going to... I think I'm going to bind this right now in brown thread. Yep. Oh, geez. I'm doing this with my zipper foot, which is not a good idea at all. Just so y'all know. I am aware that it is my zipper foot, and it's just not going to give me enough, like, traction, you know? Because there's not a lot of the zipper foot surface on there. Sorry, it's black, huh? like Sailrite does? Do they make it look easy or something? Or are you saying that they're good? I haven't looked at their tutorials. I looked at one and it did make it look easy. And I remember thinking at the time, like, I feel like they just glazed over that whole step right there because it was something in like the woodworking realm. You know, like you needed a little bit of woodworking to do the project that it was. And they said, you know, they're like, we're not going to really show you how to do this part. And I was like, well, that's the part I need, you know, because I'm not a woodworker. But they show you, but they're just like, we're not going to go into depth here because everybody's going to vary in what they have available to them, blah, blah, blah. Come on, I know you're a zipper foot. You got this. Doesn't even want to get started. All right. At least with my brown stitching, you can actually see my binding. So I've just bound this edge straight. Pretend like that's the whole neckline. And now I'm going to put in the zipper and all that. Let's just try it. We'll do this easy side over here first. What do you take me for? Maybe I should have done it first so that I could have put this tape in the seam allowance, you know, but then it has to fold back on itself, so. All right, let me tack the top here. I'm gonna fold it down like this at a 90-degree angle and tack it. It's gonna be really fiddly, so I use my awl to hold it, just like this. And then same on this side. What helps too with this sometimes is that it helps you get your zipper straight across from one another. Just make sure that it still is lined up, because sometimes bending it, it gets off just a little bit because of where the fabric will allow you to bend it. It's not you, it's this. So it's good to be aware. All right, let's get rid of all these threads here so they're not in my way. And all right, so this zipper is definitely long enough. So if I use my shorter one, that actually might be perfect. So let's use the shorter one because we have so many. Yeah, that's what I thought, Sydney. Yeah, I thought they made good ones. I was hoping that's what you meant. All right, so my August stuff. I kind of want to do this a draft on how to, not how, but I want to make a my ideal dress. That's what it is. It's my ideal dress, and I'm going to start with the Sew House 7 free Sew House 7 tea house dress is my base. And then I'm going to make a no waist version. That one doesn't have a waist. But I'm going to do stuff to the back. So the back has some shaping. You don't need a belt. I might move the pockets because those pockets being cut diagonal, that bias always kind of flares out. But it's still cute. I really like it, you know. So that's one of my ideas for doing in August because it's something I really, really want. And then the refashioning thing, I'm probably going to go through a lot of garments and refashion, upcycle, fix, all kinds of stuff. All right, so if I do this, they literally bound the seam first. How did they do that? They bound the seam first, which means, you know what? I think what it is that she never showed the underside. I only need this binding to go here. Okay, let's take this apart. Oh, really, Lynn? Lynn, are you one of the people though that's giving me all these really great other ways to handle it? Because That's my way of doing it. I don't know if it's the best, but I like it because it just, I know it's, you know, secure then, you know. Because people have given me some really good, clever ways to deal with the serger tails. One of my favorites is when you sew back on itself, but that one it even makes me a little nervous, I have to admit. And I forget to do it. And it's not applicable in every situation either. You know, like sometimes you can't go back on the garment. All right, so yeah, same with her. She pre-bound this section right here. She pre-bound this, right? We have our binding. Okay. You still have your zipper. Your zipper goes on there. I want my binding, maybe I'm not being clear what I'm wanting. I want my binding to be exposed on this side. If I pre-bind this and turn it back, the zipper is going to be what you see on the inside of the garment, and that's okay, but there's no point to binding it then. You have to put the zipper in there at the same time. Here's the crux. So what I see people do is they only bind it to the neckline because you're going to clean finish this front edge with the collar pieces. So if you do that, if you pre-bind this section only, you can only do this with the collar off, so you would have to. You can't put the zipper in the binding unless I'm just missing something really weird here. You know? And you don't sew the zipper in stages. Really, Terry? How come? Yeah, you can totally do it. Just do one. Just do one of your cones. Right, Nancy? Exactly. I think, you know, now that you guys remind me, I can drop my blades on this machine, which I couldn't on the other one. Well, I could on the other one, but I never thought to do it in the middle. All right, so yeah, and if we look at this, you can tell, like, this is the zipper is in the seam, the binding is exposed. This binding is exposed as well. Terry, you are one of the most adventurous people I know in sewing. I don't believe it. I know you can do it. Like, I flat out know you can do it. All right, so I'm going to re-stitch this one here. I'm going to unstitch maybe you could stop the binding there. I'm thinking. Oof. It's 43 pages. Wait, you're cutting off the corners method. Do you mean taping your pattern pieces together? All right, so I'm gonna go for it. I have been practicing sewing from the bottom up, but we're just going to try from the top up here. Okay, a little less than 1/4 inch seam. Press the seam allowance up. I'm using a size 18 needle, by the way. I decided to do that because I feel like with the binding, zipper tape, collar, interfacing, I may be thankful that I have it. And it sewed really nicely when I did a test. Move the zipper. Looking for my slit, which is right here. I'm going to trim it to the length of my zipper tape. Nancy. Maybe I need to sew it. Okay, I'm gonna attach the binding on the zipper tape though. Come on, you got this. All right. And now we're gonna bind the whole length of it. I've never done this before in my life. I feel like I'm doing it wrong. Quick and dirty, so because I get eager. I don't understand how it has to go through the collar though. All right, so like that, and then we would sew this down, see? Ooh, and look at that, that is too short. Okay, we learned something there. Oh, after all that, we'll just cut you and push you up there for now. In black thread, that would actually look pretty good, don't you think? Right, Nancy? I know. That's why I think it's worth trying to figure out, can we do it? All right, so this was cut a little too short. I'm not sure how that happened, but, oh, because, okay, so do you see what I did wrong? I put my zipper to the wrong spot. So remember, I had wanted it to be right here. Okay, okay. Okay, cool. So it would have been okay. So really the top of the zipper is right here. All right, so let's see how it looks down here now. And are we doing something we can actually get a good result on? I think so far, look at that. It actually looks pretty good. I don't know how, but it does. All right, so let's do the hard side now. So now we have this facing here, right? All right, so I'm just gonna lay this on top here. Line up my zipper to that edge, even though that's not where I wanted it. Where I wanted it was right here. So I'm gonna have to remember that I want to notch that because I want it to look like this. I think that looks pretty slick. And then you don't have to worry about your lining creeping out to the outside. All right, so, but now I have to do it this way because the other side's like this. All right, so we have our zipper there. Oh. Is that the shield not going? Hi, Tammy. Yeah, so I'm just exploring some methods on how to get that kind of look on a Patagonia quarter zip using machines we all have. Yeah, I know you don't have industrial, all of you, but you have a straight stitch, and it's actually probably going to do better than mine because you have knit stitches. So let's see here. So we want this, but we want this to wrap over. Okay, so let's look at this again. All right, so when this is done, this is what we want to happen. We want it to do this. Okay. So this needs to line up like right here. Right? All right, let's sew our neck seam again. Yeah, I'm getting there, Eliza. I'm trying to think of a lot of things right now, you guys. So if it were like this, you need to actually sew it folded in like that. Okay, so it's getting kind of thick there, you know? Like this. If you don't think in 3D, you can just do it the way I'm doing it, you know, like lay it the way you want it to end up. Try and sew it that way. And then at least then you're like, well, I know what I want. And you can kind of muddle through the rest of it until you kind of get, you know, the result you're looking for. All right, so I didn't mark across on my zipper where this neckline is, and you know, I really should have. I don't know if it's too late, but we can try here. So just so we're in good practice of, you know, doing that. See there? And we can kind of go, yeah, you're going up there, buddy. Ease it in a little bit. These thicknesses can really push that down. All right, so there we go. Okay. I will say adding the thicknesses in a way is kind of nice. It adds some stability. I want this to end up right here, right? I don't like sewing from the fabric side. In fact, I'm going to stop right now and I'm going to look. But let's see how we're doing here, because I'm kind of curious. So this would look like this, like that. Kind of wings right here. Not much, but a little bit. All right, so what do I want to check? I want to check down here because I want to get this straight across from it right here. So let's mark the spot. A little dangerous using that marker. Oh, I forgot the binding. I knew I was forgetting something. Whoops. We'll add it afterward. I think that that's good. Oh, I forgot the facing. Jeez. Here we go. Is that back on here? Just gonna get this on here. See. All right, and let's finish this down here. Well, I think we're doing pretty good. I still got that little thing there that I had on that very first one. Top stitching this probably would make it look less noticeable though. All right. So then let's bind this edge real quick, and then assess. All right. Ooh, this is slippery. I'm just going to sew it kind of anywhere in that collar region because we don't really need the binding up there anyway. Let's unzip it so it's a little easier. I just need it down here. So I probably won't go up as high on my final. What's that noise? Do you guys hear it? Something's vibrating. All right. Yeah, exactly, Nancy. Sometimes that works for me, but it's definitely backfired too. Where I got it out and then I was like, oh shoot. They did some kind of voodoo here and I can't figure it out, you know? Because sometimes machines sew it without turning it. They just sew it in its finished form without doing any like sew then turn. And so then you can't see the progression. Like if you took out binding from a binding machine, it's one stitch. But if you do it by hand like this, by hand meaning like, you know, just with a regular single needle machine, it's 2 passes. And so then it's more logical. You can kind of figure out, oh, okay, they sew it first and then they turn it and do the rest, you know? I didn't really think we would get to be able to like mimic this this Patagonia one so closely, so I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. Do I think it looks as good as theirs? No, I'm not silly. But I'm enjoying the exercise, you know. All right, so let's just go to here. All right, now let's sew the top here. Because remember, that is not where the collar is going to pivot, but we'll pretend for this one it does. And then we'd be, you know, top stitching this down. And now theirs is top stitched down, I think, onto the body. No, it's actually above. Okay. Because they stitch in the ditch, the binding. So yeah, you know, you could maybe do that. All right, let's see how we're doing here. So my binding going all the way down to this raw edge here. This is a little long, by the way. See that? So what I could do now, let's see if I can put this through the serger. Oh, I just love living on the edge. Oops. And then get this a little closer. So here's my zipper tape. So there, you know, the metal is way up here. Ooh, it feels so good to stand up. Oh yeah, that was easy peasy. I had enough space here. I could fold these tails back like this and stitch it down in there. The other thing you could do is bind that, as long as it wasn't too bulky, you know. All right. What do you guys think? Oh. I was very careful about maintaining my grid straightness. I think we figured it out. It has binding here, and so then the last step, you know, would be the ye old top stitch, you know. And, you know, I would do it with the regular foot. I'll tell you what, this grid is pretty unforgiving if you're crooked, you know. I thought in a way it would be actually very forgiving, because I'm like, oh, you're not really going to see like lumps and bumps on this. But now I'm realizing, oh no, it's the opposite. It really shows when you're a little crooked. Oh, you know what? I'm sewing through the facing. Shoot. I accidentally caught the facing. Wow. See, this is good. Always do a trial. You just never know what you might end up doing by accident. What did you ask, Barbara? The tab at the top is to protect your chin from the zipper. It makes a big difference if you wear these a lot, because in general they go pretty high up. It is not, right, Nancy? I think a lot of people get into it. I would even say a lot of guys. And if there's any guys in here, I'm kind of curious if you think this is true, that what attracted you to sewing? Because I feel like I hear what attracted women more often than I hear what attracted men. Usually for guys, they will say it's like a very specific project, like, oh, I really wanted a leather apron, or tool holders, things like that, you know, really specific things. And they get into the whole world of like a specific style of sewing and machinery and things I actually don't have a lot of experience in. And then I also see them saying, you know, like they're perfecting pants or something, you know, whatever. Maybe they're home. I've seen a couple of guys are just like, well, my kid really likes dress up and I just want to be able to make more things, you know, for them. So, but I feel like some of the little hints I get of why some guys get into it is because they think they can do it cheaper, or they're just like, I'm tired of buying these things, you know, like I really want to be able to just make it myself. So I'm kind of curious. Because it unfortunately, yeah, it isn't much cheaper. We all know that if you've been sewing for a long time, we know that that kind of turned a corner in the early 90s as far as like affordability goes. So let's see, to be able to turn this corner right here and keep top stitching, my facing is in the way to do that. So how would what's my solution there? You see, so if I'm coming down this side and turning here and going up, I can't because this facing will get sewn down. So what if I go across, stop, back stitch, peel away, and continue. What if I don't do the bottom? What if I don't do the bottom? I feel like I have to. Oh shoot, I really need a regular foot for this. Come on, get back on there. I totally fell off. Oof. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, right now, Sydney, I do, because I honestly think, weirdly, denim is one of these really rare niches of the garment industry that they are able to overcharge for jeans. And I don't say overcharge in the way some of you may have be thinking, oh, Hannah, that sounds so good. I say it because they're still paying cheap labor. They're not paying much more. Like they are, like some of them are using European factories and maybe Italian factories, but some of them aren't. But they're seeing that other people are still charging $80 for jeans, and they're still using Target and Walmart and you know, those folks' factories or China, and they're not paying more. And so it's a really strange thing. So yeah, if you do want good fitting jeans that last, because you can actually, some folks get good fitting jeans at places like Target and Walmart, right? Costco, places like that. Just depends, right? It depends on what pattern it is. They don't last a lot of times though. The denim stretches out and bags out because it's got that little bit of elastane in it or whatever. And so yeah, it doesn't last for the day. So yeah, we all know that if you want a nice pair of jeans, you're spending $80 to $120, you know, Jag or Liverpool or some brand like that, or even some of those other more designer brands. And so making them yourself, yeah, it's cheaper. So yeah. And I can make a pair of jeans without streaming. I can make a pair of jeans in about 2.5 hours if I'm not streaming. Yeah. All right, so what do we think here? I think the tab, when I do the tab, I think I'm gonna angle it a little bit like this. See, I'm gonna get rid of this. Won't that look nicer? So right now I just folded it over and it's kind of, you know, doing this little bit of whoop-de-doo there. So when I pull it over into the seam, I'm going to over rotate it a tiny bit. Come on. I'm going to over rotate it and pull it a little bit more into the seam so it's kind of hanging flush with the collar there, like that. That'll be pretty easy to fix. I think it doesn't look that great though, and I honestly think it's because of the grid. I think the grid lock is foiling the niceness. Yeah, right, Terry, yeah. So that is the irony. But fewer people want to sew denim than other things. You'll get there, Sydney, trust me. Just keep sewing, just keep sewing. But you know, Sydney, one bad thing can happen and it'll add 45 minutes, so, you know. Okay, what am I thinking now? Let's see. I like the way the inside looks. I think it looks pretty clean. Just imagine if that was matching thread. I'm not really liking the fact, I'm not liking the black. I'm not liking the black, you know? Do you guys think it would be really weird if I replaced it with, like, maybe one of these? Cotton? Yeah, right, Nancy, exactly. Yeah, I think sometimes time is your currency. Like I say that often to people, time is my currency. My therapist told me that a long time ago. And she was right. Time for me is the thing I value a lot and I don't have as much of because I like to do a lot of things. And so, yeah, but at the same time, now I'm at a stage where, okay, I don't have to make money, so I'll just use my time. But I just don't have a lot of time. So it's like this weird balance. So what if I did that? I can't use this. Well, I could. This is the width I have. So as long as folding it down to here. No, it has to be this width here. Okay. I have these too. I have this Carolyn Friedlander. I don't know if I have enough for a collar, and I have this one. But this is black. Dang it! Your cat is like, enough with this lady. I'm just gonna look at my fabric a little bit here. I wish I had a ripstop or something. I have canvas. Ouch. I don't know how I feel about not matching now. I'll show you these. That would be weird. I'll show you that. This may be too thick. Let's see, this would be perfect. I don't have enough. Let's look at some of the Essex. All right. I mean, could this canvas work? All right. It's so hot in here. All right. Canvas. Ooh, that looks so different under the camera, and in real life it matches. I mean, not that you're not in real life. You like the contrast, Abby? And you know, what I was thinking is that I would do a black zipper. So the black zipper would blend in with this, you know? So what if it was like that, like you know, you saw the black zipper. Well, that doesn't look too bad. That's so funny, Sydney. They're like, stranger danger. I'm pretty uncomfortable today, if it's not obvious. Yeah, I think if I do the black zipper, it's almost like, oh yeah, it's all supposed to be this way, you know? Okay. Well, that makes it easy, so don't apologize for saying that, you guys. That's great. I'm glad you guys spoke up. All right. I think that I'm just going to get my pieces ready, and then we're just going to sew together. We're going to sew it together because I'm ready. I'm not ready, but we'll be ready. All right, so I have my collar lining still. I have my collar. I have my zipper. And now I have probably too long of a zipper. I need this length here. All right, well, we'll be able to shorten that. Okay. What else do I need? I need my facing and I need binding. All right, so we just need the facing and the binding. We have one of our facing pieces here. So let's just cut those out. And then we get to sew this thing together. You guys have been very, very patient. Okay, I have an inner facing here. Cool. I just need... Could I use these for binding? No, they're not long enough. All right, I'm coming over there. No, we don't want to go there. We want to go, I think I'm going to go... Can you guys hear me over here? Yeah, right, Eliza? What, Abby? Your favorite parts of your washing? Oh, the black. Okay, well, that's good. I like hearing that. Makes me feel a little more confident with it. All right, no, I don't have a face can over here, but okay, so I have this piece and this piece. I need them in, I need one piece in the fleece. I'm looking for an end. Oh, here we go. Well, here's my big piece of flawed. Maybe I can get it in here, maybe around those wrinkles. I think so. And then I need binding, right? I'm just going to cut this like this on the grooves. And this is going to go like this, so I need the curve to be like that. I showed how I drafted this pattern piece on the cutting stream. This isn't new. I'm not making this up. Just using my fabric there. And then I need some binding in this black, some more of that. I cut a bunch of it, but I guess I used it all. I'm looking for the least stretchy. It's not very stretchy to begin with, though. It's just cross-cut pieces that I've been doing. I'm doing them 1 3/8 inch wide. I think, no, I need one more. I need one long one for the neck, and then, and maybe I'll just make this one much longer. And then the center fronts. So let's make this one nice and continuous. All right. All right, let's just iron our facing here. Let's move the buffet of pieces. Okay. This is how it comes down, and this is how it works. So this is the side that needs the interfacing. So this is cut wrong. I probably just cut whatever I could for the buffet. Well, shoot. So what are you guys sewing? What are you guys working on? While I bore you with all these tedious details. All right, so I just want to get that a little bit stuck. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of ironing my interfacing from the interfacing side. This stuff's a lot easier to deal with. And I find that the steam really helps this stuff. I can't tell if it's just older or if this is what you normally would do. My machine, or my iron, does not like how much I'm using the steam today though. Okay, so we have this piece now. Cool. You're trying to perfect the Mandy boat tee. Ooh. I haven't, Nicole. Hi, Elizabeth. How's it going? Yeah, they are, Sydney. They look really cute on them, too. That's awesome. You just finished the Davenport dress? Cute. You've been avoiding? Which one you've been avoiding? All right, so now I have all my little binding pieces, and let's see. So what were my first steps? Ooh, I feel like I want to do this part first, but we have some sewing to do. So I think what I'm going to do is put the front and back together, and then I'm going to do this whole collar zipper area, and then I'm going to do the sleeves and hems at the end. And the reason I'm going to do that is so that it's less garment on the table. So that's my way of thinking right now. All right, so let's get our front and our back. Remember those? It's been so long. Hi, Corey. Nice to see you. Oh, self-drafted trousers. Very cool. Back to the office. It's almost like, you know, back to school. Oh, that's right. You made a Sadie slip dress as a top. Oh, gosh, satin. Yeah. Satin is really just its own little beast, isn't it? All right, so we're going to do the shoulders first. On my back and my front. I'll talk about how much I interface that center front too, just in case you skipped all my experiments and you're just now joining. So I'm just going to sew the shoulders at a 3/8 inch seam. And I'm using my serger for the entire seam. I'm not going to pre-sew it. Sometimes I find that the serger seam, you know, when you pull it apart, you can see it. This one is set up that it won't do that. So that's why I can use it for the entire seam and not pre-sew it. Like sometimes I will, you know, sew it with my single needle machine and then I'll serge it. I had the brief little second there where I thought maybe I sewed the wrong shoulder. You know, like the left shoulder to the right front shoulder. The left back to the right front. And yes, I've done that before. This is so far away. Huh. Do you see this? Like, what is that? Did I adjust something without knowing it? All right, so we have our shoulders. See? Sew me something Portia trousers. Oh, cool. Lynn. You like my Iron Cam logo? Isn't that great that when I searched for iron in the Canva graphics library, that they had that little guy? He's so cute. All right, so let's see here. I have to think about how, the order of this. Because I did it in a half version. So let's look at my successful one here. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to prep my zip facing, right? And then I'm going to sew my undercollar to my top collar. I'm going to bind the undercollar edge. Okay. Oh, cool, Nancy. You got that a while ago, didn't you? All right, so I kind of want to serge my collar together because it'll be, the seam allowance will be more compact. So let's do that too. You don't have to, but I think it'll make these edges behave a little better, like the seam allowance inside. I really need to make sure that I'm sewing this straight too. I'm going to do it from this side because did you see it was pushing it away? I need to make sure it's straight because of the grid. Okay, I'm just going to look at it. So line up all these, this end edge, because this is, you know, this is non-negotiable, right? So will hold this so that it doesn't like ooch my layers. And see, it's trying to push this top piece away. Come on, don't stretch out. Yeah, that's a nice tidy inside seam. It looks like it goes round. Should I do that with my zip facing, I wonder? That seems like something you'd be interested in, Terry. I went through all of my pattern files in my haven't made yet, and I printed out, I ordered them to be printed. It was only like 5 patterns, I think, or 4. So I'm doing pretty good with keeping up with sewing every pattern I have, which is pretty amazing. I need some black thread. Black thread, and I'm going to leave the bobbin brown. Just tons of helpful symbols. That's interesting. I need to switch through. So this is going to be a little bit fiddly. And this is how this is. You're going to have to go back and forth between your zipper foot and your regular foot, most likely, unless you have a couple of machines. Where's my swatch? I'm gonna loosen my presser foot pressure too. Someone asked me, I've been asked twice lately if I ever adjust that. Did someone talk about it recently? Is that why 2 people asked me? No one's ever asked me that, and I do it all the time. I mean, I do it every time it needs it. I mean, it doesn't really need it all the time because I kind of sew similar things, but lately I've been sewing quite a difference of things. So I'm just loosening it just a tiny bit. It's not your tension, it's just the presser foot pressure. So that way maybe it's not going to press my top layer like ooch it away from me, which it just makes everything a little bit, you know, unlined up. All right, I'm going to sew this facing here and get a better curve this time, because now we're try-harding a little bit more, and we're going to try and get everything lined up on this one. And you can see it kind of wants to still ooch. Look at that. I hope I'm in the grid, the straight line of the grid. Not really. You guys literally watched me cut that out. I'm gonna look at that. I'm cracking myself up. I'm gonna straighten this out a little bit right here. You saw nothing. I'm gonna clip this curve. Man, I love it when I inadvertently make things harder on myself by like buying this gridlock fabric. All right, so I'm gonna top stitch this edge here. That's pretty cool. Most of the patterns are boat necks. What the heck? That's such a unique neckline. And a lot of people love them or hate them. I've definitely noticed people say that about boat necks. I used to like them, but I was about 15. Oh, you should totally get a bolt of cheap muslin. I used to get one from Joann Fabrics with my 40% off coupon. Another funny thing I saw in one of those Patagonia zip tutorials was they were sewing polar fleece, and then they were like, and now press your collar, like iron your collar. I'd be really careful with some of those fleeces have a, can withstand higher heat than others. So I'd be really careful with that. I feel like this is got a little edge to it, but maybe it's just an optical illusion because the black is so black. You know? So this is going to go like this, and so remember we're going to over rotate it a little bit like that. Like that. Let's cut that off. Like that. That was ambitious, huh? And now I have this little angle. All right. Yeah, so I was going to say, a Joann's coupon, they will get a whole bunch of whole bolts. And if you get the narrow stuff, it's $1 a yard. Maybe it's $2 a yard, and I use my 40% off coupon, buy the entire bolt. And the entire bolt would cost me like $7, $8 for 15 yards. That's an interesting one. Oh, wow, Lynn. Okay, all right, so this time let's remember I want to push the seam allowance up like this. And so actually where I'm going to call the top is right here. And so let's do this to remind ourselves that that's the top of my neck. You don't have to do this if you don't want. I just kind of like the look of it on the inside of the garment. It does mean I need to trim off a lot of my lining. So let's just do that on the rotary mat. Let's make it a little easier on myself. I'm kind of liking the setup where I can iron and a rotary knife over here, you know? Don't you love how I pulled this rotary mat over here when I have one? That's funny. I'm going to pin it a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what, I haven't bought a bolt for muslin, a bolt of muslin in a really long time. So I don't really know what the prices are at Joann's, but it's worth looking into. I just always use the 40% off coupon. So it's great to do on a month where you're like, I actually don't have anything to buy and I really want to take advantage of my coupon, you know? You'll feel less bad about it too. I kind of am a mix of like, I really like very little waste and wasting fabric for sure. I'm not going to lie and say I don't create waste though. I know I do. I'm honest about that. But I do really like having muslin because while you are probably sewing something out of a fabric you don't like and you would most likely throw it away, or you could stuff a dog bed with it, that's what I do. In a way, I think that there is some merits to saying that it's less waste because then you're not making a whole garment out of really nice fabric and it doesn't work out. And you might get to your preferred result faster with fewer prototypes if you just had the right kind of sample to play around with, you know. And for me, you know, when I was doing a lot of prototypes for customers, there's just no way I'm just going to make wearable muslins. Some of them would ask for that, and I would just say, yeah, sorry, no, that's not going to happen. Because one of the other things that was really weird about, it's a California thing, is garment manufacturers need to have a license to be able to make clothing and sell it. And I know someone's going to say, yeah, but I see that all the time on Etsy sellers. Yeah, they're just doing it illegally most of the time. And so, and they just don't get caught. But when I was freelance pattern drafting, I had to be really careful about that. And so when I did prototypes, I never did the buttons, buttonholes, or the finishing details, and so I could say they weren't wearable. And that's how I got around it. Okay, so now we have our collar. So do I think this, did I cut off enough? So say that this had been down here, right? I had remembered it correctly. And then that was there. Did I really want it like this? Maybe, huh? Maybe I want a little more off. Makes me a little nervous to cut more off. So this is a seam allowance. It's going to be taken up on the outer collar here. If I just bind it without trimming off the seam allowance, it's going to hang below my neckline. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off like a fat 1/8 of an inch. I really wish I would have done this with the rotary knife. This pattern piece, if you use the Love Notions one like I am, it is actually, you cut the lining narrower. I know I'm like not following that, but it is on there. And so you can just use that if you like. And I'm also finishing mine a little bit differently, so that's also why. All right, so I'm going to bind this long neck edge here. I have a few too many bobbins right now. And none of them are black? What? This is all I have? Oh my God. Last thing I want to do is play thread chicken right now. Oh, that's black too. Okay, we have 2 small bobbins. Stop that. No pressure. All right. Okay. I want the shiny side in. I'm not stretching this at all, I'm just doing it flat. And remember, I did from the wrong side to the right side because no one's ever going to see the other side, so don't worry about it. Just put that little fold just past that seam we just sewed, okay? And it'll all be okay. You know, I actually think you could not bind this edge and you could just fold it under and hem it. No binding. Just don't stretch it out and don't go past your seam allowance, you know? I would just hem it. You could overlock it and hem it first, you know, no binding at all. Binding is what you see in the ready-to-wear things, but I don't think it's necessary. And if you were doing this in wovens, you would just hem it. You would basically just turn it under. All right, so now we have this bound edge of our collar. See that? Okay, we've prepped our collar. All right. Now where are we at? We have our facing. So now, are we setting it in now? Is that what we're doing? Are we there? We gotta put our collar to our neckline. All right, that's what we're doing now. Hang in there with me, you guys. The garment's the easy part. This is the fun stuff, right? I was watching one of those Procreate employee. They do like little employee profiles every Friday, which are pretty cool. And they did one of a guy, and he must be their in-house like person who draws on the app and does little tutorials and things like that. And when he went to record, he actually used foundation and put it all over his arms. And I was like, wow, I never even thought of doing that. So basically he put makeup all over his arms to make them look good. It's like that's not something I would have thought of doing. I bet people do it all the time. I never thought of it. All right, so now we're gonna attach this to the collar, and I'm gonna look, I think my center back, oh, it has 2 notches on the collar. I don't have any notches on this collar, so I apologize. There could be some circles or notches or something like that. I'm going to nip the center back neck, and I'm going to nip the center back of my collar. That's pretty much all I need. I just need a halfway point, basically. That way we can have it all lined up. This shouldn't have any stretching or anything like that. It should be pretty easy. And I think I'm going to do this with the collar down and facing up. And the reason I'm going to do that is so that I can see my grid and try and get it straight. So when you do things like this, like right now I'm doing this a circle, and normally what you would do is you would just, you know, you would lay it like this on top like that. But I'm doing this reverse, right? So you got to make sure that when you do that this way, you don't start your circle off incorrectly. You got to start from the inside of this circle here. Otherwise, you won't make it all the way around. You'll have to start and stop again. You have to stop and start again. All right, so let's do this. Make sure you get your seam allowance the same at this beginning point as you do at the very end, because they have to match going across. So be pretty precise about this part. If you have to draw it on there, go for it. I think that's a great idea. All right. And for this little center slit, I just cut a piece of interfacing narrower than my zipper tape. So my zipper tape was 7/8 of an inch, and so I cut it about 7/8 of an inch. And then that's all I did. And then I fused it on there. Here's my collar. There's my center. Right here. Press your shoulder seams towards the back. I'm just going to pin my non-negotiable center back there. That way I can keep this relaxed and focus on my grid. We'll see if I'm actually getting on the grid. I'm really just trying to maintain it parallel line. This fabric wants to curl a little bit. It's kind of straightening out this curve and keeping it nice and relaxed because there isn't any extra or it's the same size. The collar and the neckline are the same length. So I'm going to see, I feel like my seam allowances were a little different from each other, so let's just check them out. Right now, you know? Might as well. You know why, Nicole? Because when I'm not, it's pretty bad. It looks pretty bad. It's like one tiny little thing makes all of it look bad, and it's not. You know, like the sewing is fine, especially for how like willy-nilly I'm being, and then the grid makes it look terrible. Okay, so we have our neckline, or our collar on there, and now we're going to do the fun stuff. So I'm gonna put black thread back on, right? Man, I wish I had ice here. But it's such a measly little freezer, I can't store any. Yeah, exactly, Dar. Dar's saying it perfectly. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I knew it made it a little over $1 a yard, and that was, 20 years ago. So I think the thing to do is see what it is now. And I always got the 36-inch wide, but 44 would be better. It was just like a little bit more per yard, and I, at the time, just didn't want to pay for that. And they have all different widths, too. I would figure out the per square inch, and whatever your budget is, get the way you can afford. So if it's cheaper to get per square inch, 60-inch wide, I would do it. Okay. So let's do the easy side first. Where's my black zipper? It's not there. Okay. So now remember, this is my top edge here. I don't want to forget this time. I really want that detail. Hi, Libby. Well, we're just now starting the assembly. So all you've missed, because we did a ton of experimenting. I've been experimenting, oh my God, it's 1:30. I've been experimenting for forever. These people are dedicated. So what I've learned has gotten me to this point. All I've done is the shoulders, and then now I've prepped my collar, so I sewed the lining to the outer, and I bound the edge right here of the lining. I've made my little facing. That's it. That's all you've missed. And now we're sewing in the zipper right now. All right, I just wanted to check the length of my zipper and see it's plenty long. I'm going to turn back my top of my zipper here and tack it. In fact, they're not even paying attention, Libby. They're like talking about, getting cookies and buying muslin. They have no idea what I'm doing right now. They're just nice and polite, and they stay. I really appreciate it. They're humoring me. All right, so yeah, just tack these down. This is really fiddly. I've gotten pretty good at this. So if you're fiddling with this and it takes you 5 minutes to do that, I totally understand, because it has taken me that long to do that little, just doing that. Some zippers are easier than others. All right, so then we have our zipper prepped, and then I'm gonna line it up to the top edge there. And so what did I decide? I've been doing this in a piece of binding. So did you notice what I just did? So here's my shirt, right? I'm gonna put my zipper face down, right? But I tell you, just do this. Take this one little thing, flip the jacket over like that, and sew from this side. Trust me. Excuse me. Wow. I'm just teasing you guys. I love that you guys talk about these things. You know that. All right, what did I also learn? That I want narrow seam allowance. Okay, don't stretch this. Oh, and my binding. Okay, my binding is going in. Press your seam allowances up. It really wants to split for me. My binding is going to start just above this neckline seam. All right, I wish I was paying attention to the grid right now, because I wasn't just now, so I'm hoping it's okay. Just going to get a little bit of this into the neckline. Am I doing this the same way, you guys? This feels different. My slit isn't slit either. Actually, I think I did flip this wrong. It's okay, but I apologize. I don't have this flipped correctly, so it's making it a little awkward. Try not to let any of this stretch. Like, push your garment. This goes for anything, especially when you're doing something with knit and you're putting something fixed that's not stretchy like the zipper to something that's stretchy. Make sure all of the tension is out of it. You know, like, put it up onto the table, get it nice and relaxed. It's easier to match things up, like going across, if it's not all stretched out, you know. Oh, thanks, guys. I sew the tops of the zippers down because I don't want, sometimes I like to put them up there and then they'll get sewn into the seam, but I don't like folding zipper tape down like this. Sometimes it doesn't really go so well. I'm liking them. This is kind of my first time. They're very short, and I kind of like that, but it's a little bit to get used to, you know? I like how stubby they are. They don't feel like they're going to bend at all. I love how much there is to grab, too. I think I would like them a little longer, but the ones they had, I think, were twice as long. So there must be one that's in between that I'd like to get. But I'm also using those double pins as a backup. So when I need something long, they're just not as stout. And they have this little bend in them. See it? Oh, see, I like the tops of these. This is so much easier to grab than the ball. The ball puts your fingertips farther away from the pin, whereas this puts you, you know. Like I see what you mean. Like this feels so like I have it, but see how much it wiggles like this? Whereas this one, it's not going to wiggle at all. Isn't that interesting? Let me put it over the dark fabric. So, you know, on this one, if I'm holding it like this, see, I can do that. But if I'm holding this one, I can't do that at all. And so it makes it more secure and accurate. Pin nerd. I know. I'm not much of a pinner either. I think you just do what works for you. All right, so I'm going to go down 1/4 of an inch past my slit and back stitch because I don't have my Y cut yet. Now, my zipper is a little too long, so I'm going to sew across it and finish it here. So I'm going to sew across about right here. And I'm going to cut it too. I don't like this because now when I go to overlock this, I will be overlocking through coil, and I'm not a big fan of doing that. The other one was so nice that it was the tape. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to continue sewing my binding to my zipper. I think I could have done that without taking it out, but I feel better about doing it. Oh, I didn't have my zipper foot in, and now I'm noticing. Get my zipper head out of the way. All right, so I'm gonna trim off this extra binding. All right, so now we have our piece of binding there. And now I'm gonna clip into my Y here. The interfacing looks kind of like it came undone, huh? I'm gonna clip into that point where I finished sewing. Oh, Corey, thank you. That's nice of you, thanks. They are heat resistant. That's awesome, thanks, Corey. Is that your profile picture? That's so cute. I love it when I see pictures of you guys. Not that I believe all of them. I was going back and forth with someone recently, and I was like, I'll bet it's not even a guy or gal, whoever it was, you know? The way they were talking to me, I was like, All right, so now we're going to bind this edge. I'm going to pull my zipper away a little bit. Can I do this without, can I do this without my zipper foot? It's feeling like I couldn't earlier. Now I feel like I can. All right, so just staying in that seam allowance. Don't think of this zipper and this way we're doing it. Just think of this as seam allowance. Just don't worry about the fact that you're insetting this. It's less intimidating. That's all it is. It's seam allowance, right? No one's ever going to see the back side of this, you know, so you can just sew it on, right? There we go. Look at that. It looks nice and clean. Yeah, no worries, Corey. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think that's always a good stopping point. All right. So this is what we got so far. It looks pretty good. Gonna go like this. Barely gonna catch that though. Okay. All right, so let's do this side that's kind of harder because it's second and it's got a lot more going on. Let's get ourselves oriented. All right, so we have our zip facing here. We have our binding. Same thing, we just want a short piece because we're just going to do below the neck seam here. All right, but this is the one that I kind of have to like fold it back on itself. So where's my zipper? So it goes here. Ooh, I feel like I could fold it over more. Huh, more like that. This was a little too shallow. I need more, like double. That's better. I'm gonna pull it a little bit like this, like I'm going like this, pulling this curve that way and hanging this edge off of my zipper tape a little more. Oh, I'll bet Ray's here somewhere. She likes to watch on her TV sometimes. Yeah, me too, Abby. I'm glad you guys, I'm glad you spoke up about that. Yeah, thanks, Tammy. Exactly. I think I'm going to tuck it even a little more. Just like that. I'm so hot right now. Oh my God. Okay, so then this is right sides together. Right? At the top of my pin. And I think what I'm going to do is just tack this right now, and then I'm going to assess. I'm not going to finish sewing it for a second. Why not? Because this is it. Yeah, see, look at that. That'll be how it is. Okay. We're Gucci. Okay, so now we're going to keep going. So let's actually look at how things match across. Oh my God, it's so hot. It's so hot in here. It's probably 90, I'm gonna guess 91 degrees in here. It's hotter than it is outside. Yeah, Barbara, right? They're also more magnetized than my other ones. Okay, so let's look at this next seam right here. I'm really dragging this out, and I kind of want to apologize for that, but I'm also just kind of, why not? All right, so there's the neck seam there. And let's look at it over here too at the end, right? So we have this seam here is right, we want to finish sewing right there. Oh, Nicole, thanks. Yeah, the AC is broken. They don't believe me. They don't even reply. They were like, oh, well, you know, seeing as we can't get into your office, we would never know that. I'm like, okay, there's 8 other empty offices. Walk in any of those. All right, we'll send somewhere over on a Monday. I'm like, but I'm off on Monday, so if you want me to meet you, you need to let me know. No response. Nancy. You guys, thank you so much. I know, it's so hot. Okay. You guys are so sweet. Thanks. All right, I don't feel so bad about dragging this out. Lots of kitties. It's pouring rain and 53. What state do you live in, Movern? Oh, yeah, that's kind of crazy, Nancy. All right, wait, let me focus here. You guys are distracting me. This is part of Ray's secret plan. You know this, right? And it's working. Good job, Ray. She's at home watching us on TV going, okay, let's see here. Let's see here. All right, so that we have our little yellow mark. I can put this seam right on that yellow mark. Like this. Just like this. Okay. And how about, I'm just going to tack that little spot right there. Sometimes I do that instead of pinning, so nothing shifts, you know? The machine can push things away too. There we go. All right, so now we're ready. We're going to bind and we're going to stitch, and I have this turned in such a weird way right now. you know? There we go. How did I do this on that side? Did I sew it first on the zipper side? Oh, in Norway. Okay. You're not in a state here. That's awesome. I thought it was really cute. The people who've been replying to my little licorice post, a lot of them are like, wait a minute, you know, I'm in Norway. Where are you getting that? It's kind of fun. I get it from Licorice International. So glad I actually tacked that with my machine. All right, so now I'm getting down to here and I'm gonna need my binding. I don't like that I had to sew this whole thing together first. It's too much, you know? It's too much and I feel like I don't have like, I usually have this little method and I just can't find it right now. All right, so there's our binding. Dull side down, just put a little bit up there. All right. Okay, I just wanted to get a little bit going. And then we have our zipper here. I'm just looking at the end here where it wants to end. And maybe I should cut my other slit. Like that. Can you guys see? It's so many layers, and I'm making it look really awkward since I'm just kind of doing it on the fly. So sometimes I'll start turning this upside down, kind of looking at this little area here and matching it. Because remember, it's just seam allowance. Don't worry about it being this crazy inset thing. Have we seen Melinda today? Melinda, are you here? She may be in bed already. Look at my interfacing though. Of all my pieces, all my practice pieces, this piece of interfacing is coming off. It's so annoying. It'll be like the thing that thwarts my efforts here. You know? Yeah, right now I need to adjust this better. I'm gonna take this apart. Because look, I'm not even catching the zipper. Maybe I should re-iron that just to make sure. There we go. Take your time at this point. It's okay to adjust a little bit. Just be really gentle with all your fabric and all your pieces. Get rid of all the threads. No need to immortalize them. See that? That's so annoying to me that it's coming undone. Let's get rid of this out of my way. Oh, really? Wow. Yes, iron. Yeah, right. How can I get in there, though? I'll try. It's worth a try, right? Yeah, I think you guys are right. After all this, after all we've been through, we're not going to let this foil us. You know what? I think that this is, this knit interfacing is different than the other stuff. Yeah, it is. It looks different. Look at that. I had this one scrap, and then I was like, oh, that's right. I bought this by the yard. Let's use that. And this stuff's much nicer. Nobody puts baby in a corner. Okay. Cool. Right quick. Licorice International, Libby. Oh, really? Auntie George is showing. Yeah, I can't get it to stick unless I use the steam. I'm getting a little, like, having some trepidation. It's going so well, you know? Confidence, confidence, confidence. Almost lost my little yellow mark, which is right there. It's too much shirt. I need to zip it up. See, look, I got really close to that line of grid, but that actually looks pretty good. Right, right, Lynn? And don't you love that after decades we have so many more resources now where we can find information, you know? Okay, so let's finish this piece of binding. We're over the hump of the scary stuff. You know, I think partly this is going better because I'm not using my zipper foot. Because my zipper foot is so piddly, you know? It's so narrow. And the only reason it's working without a zipper foot is that there's so many thicknesses. It's balancing out the difference between the zipper and the seam allowance. So I don't really need it. If I were doing something thinner, I probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. All right, so we're just sewing up this binding. It just kind of stops at the neckline, that's all. All right. Should we take a quick peek before we finish it? Let's see how it looks. All right. Except for this right here, but look at that. I can actually fix that. Oh, yeah, that. Okay, I'm happy. Let's try not to ruin it. So now we're gonna turn back the collar onto this edge here. I'm gonna try and get this down here, because remember this folds over it. So it's another spot you wanna make sure your zipper tops match going across from one another. I'm gonna fold it down. I'm gonna keep the seam allowance pressed up. I'm gonna stitch right here. just stitch down, and I'm going to line up this lining just past my seam. Let me see, is that where I want my seam allowance? Yeah, that works pretty good. Except look, I still got this. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, good. It just wants to split right here, but we'll tame it. Maybe clipping it'll help too. Yeah, see, look how nice that looks. Ray. Oh, let me see what your question is, Mover. You know, Movern, I can't tell you how they are because I've kind of deviated from the instructions quite a bit. So I did, you know, I printed out like 2 pages of them, only these 2, and I didn't actually look at them. And so see, yeah, there's binding on hers too. And I've only made the Luna, what was it, Luna Loungewear camisole. So I can't really speak to how the instructions are. I apologize. There are lots of helpful things in the instructions, like links to tutorials though, right? Oh no, Ray, they didn't show up. I'm really sorry to hear that. That is absolutely the worst. When I lived somewhere near the coast, every time I've lived near the coast, I love surfers. Like, I've totally grown up in that whole culture of surfing, but oh my gosh, so many surfers are in the like home fix-it thing, and they are so flaky. It's so aggravating. All right, so same thing, I'm gonna fold this down along that top of the zipper edge and line up this lining to the neck edge. It feels a little shorter this time. I'm gonna kind of scrunch this up, get this neck seam lined up with that. I think I need to trim a little here to be able to turn it. Okay. Same thing, it wants to splay out. I barely made it. See that? I barely made it down there this time. Looks good from the right side, but I'll probably have to pin this to be able to stitch it down. Oh, great. Yeah, are you, yeah, and I think that I did it differently from her. Oh, I just don't like how short that is. I mean, I can try and pull it, but there's so much in here, right here, that I am a little nervous. I may just have to force that like that. Yeah, I feel kind of bad. Like, I've never sewn Love Notions patterns, and twice now I'm kind of deviating from their instructions. And that's not any reason, like, I don't have a reason for it except that I just wanted to do it the way I'm doing it. That's all. It's nothing like I think that their patterns aren't good or doing it the right way or anything. So this seam right here, I could get a little further in and get this binding right here covered. I got it covered on this side, so I'm just gonna make the seam allowance just a tad bigger to enclose this binding here. Did I get it? It doesn't feel like I got it. I barely didn't, but that's okay. That's not even noticeable. All right, cool. All right, so now how are we gonna finish this? I think that I'm gonna try and stitch in the ditch from the wrong side. I feel like that's a little risky, but I'm kind of down for it, so. We've done everything today, why not? I finally got brave and, well, I guess I'm not technically there yet, but I've been wanting to have a kind of like meet the neighborhood type of thing because of the fire. You know, like we all live in this like fire prone area, you know, we're all rural, and, you know, sometimes someone's dog will wander into your yard and you're like, oh, I wish I knew whose this was. I would take him back. And so, I kind of just want to do like a really casual, low-key thing. People can stop by and say, hey, I'm so-and-so, this is where I live. Here's my information. I have 3 dogs, so if you ever see them, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And so I finally got the, like, courage to make my invitation. It turned out really cute, too, and then I ended up texting Cricket. I was like, do I look like a try-hard? Because I used Procreate. I had this little project that I had done in one of the Skillshare classes on making, it was on cross hatching and shadowing, and you do these little like potted plants, and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna try this. And I just used that as my little picture on my invitation, and then I just used text and I just wrote it out. It was really easy, but it looked so nice. I was like, wow, this looks really good. So that's what I'm gonna try and drop off this weekend. All right, so I'm gonna stitch on my binding edge here, and I'm gonna try and stitch in the ditch. Now the one good thing is that your fleece is gonna probably cover up a lot of your stitching. Oh, hi, I'm still streaming. What's that? Is it ice, I hope? Yay! Everyone wanna wish the Patootie happy birthday? You have to come over here a little bit. That's what they call you now. He brought me ice. Come here a little more. See, that's my thing here.
Hi, everybody.
Yay. Ice! It takes him like a minute to see us, though, so.
Do you have the glass or anything?
Yeah, right there. Thank you. Yay. Are you taking off soon? Is that why? Oh, thank you. You drove all the way up here just to bring me ice? It's so hot in here, isn't it? I think the air conditioning is broken because someone set the thermostat in the lobby to 57 and it's 75. Oh, there you go. Happy birthday, Mr. Saremy. I love it. Yay, cool. 2 people said Mr. Saremy. That's cute. All right, we'll have fun.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah. Have a good trip.
Thanks.
Go sports.
See you tomorrow.
Yep. Yay! Water.
Oh, it's blowing out here now. Do you want this open?
Sure, I thought someone was coming today. It'll stay open. Thank you. Yay, thanks for getting ice. Exactly. Oh, you're getting emojis too. The YouTube emojis are so cute. All right, let's do it. Then we're gonna finish this thing. Yeah, so your stitching will probably blend in with your fleece. I got kind of a rough start there, so hopefully that'll blend in. Just taking it out would be pretty tricky too. Oh, he's there, Ray. Nice. He showed up. Okay. I should see, I don't think I have those little invites in my thing, but, oh, I can show you on my screen probably. I feel like this is going okay. It's not really in the ditch, but it is really close to the edge. Oh my gosh, it feels so much cooler in here. He opened the door. All this like cold air is like rushing in, thankfully. I thought someone was coming today. Sometimes someone comes on Saturdays now. So I just didn't want to be disruptive. But I leave my door open now. It's kind of a pain that I have to keep my door open. You don't want to get torquing, and I just remembered that myself, so I was really focused on this. I think I could spend so many more hours on making this easier to sew. All right, so let's see, can I get this in here? Oof. That one goes up right there. I may have to take that one out. All right, so not bad, not bad. It's okay. And then right up here, I want to maybe use my cover stitch, but gosh, I'd be getting so close to that edge there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fit boy. Yeah, so I could just top stitch it, but I kind of want to try using my cover stitch right there. I could even, let's just think about that. We have time. Let's just put this thing together now. Let's see how it looks. All right. I'd try it on, but I think I'd roast. So I'm not a fan of how I top stitch the neckline, especially this right here. We're taking that out for sure. But I do think, see, look it's because this one edge isn't quite low enough. You could do it by hand. I don't really like the idea of that either. Ooh, I just cannot, the stitches are so hard to see. I just could grab just the stitch. Let's sew the rest of the shirt together though, and then we'll fiddle with our neckline. Yeah, oh, Abby, I don't know. Did it? Let's see. I have Corey, Nicole, and Nancy. Even if it doesn't, the thought is very nice. Skills, that's right, baby. There's no hemming. Why is there no hemming on that? Do they leave it raw? You don't have to hem anything. Leave your Jackson raw. There you go. Now you have two favorites. Okay. I'm just going to take out these so that it's ground zero, so that when I come back to it, it's ready to go. You know what I mean? Size 18 needles, no joke on that though. Look at that. Okay, so that looks better. See, that already looks better. What if I could just end it right there. This does look really nice though. I'm kind of surprised. This lining worked really good for this. Okay, let's put the rest of this together. Whoops. For hand sewing, how come? That's what I'm thinking too, Delta. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Because I kind of want, oops. I kind of want this look right here. See? Barbara, thank you. It can roll. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. It is looking really good. I'm happy. I don't even want to top stitch it, to be honest. I think it looks nice like that, and I think top stitching it would make it look wonky. So I don't think I'm going to top stitch it. But I do need to finish this edge down here. Remember that? Let's sew across the bottom right here. just across this little triangle to make sure it never flips to the right side, you know, right here. So I'm just going to sew it so that I'm going to pull it a little bit. I'm not going to really sew point to point. I'm just going to sew right across part of it like that. Just keeps it down there, you know, so it doesn't pop out. And then we'll use the serger for this little area here. Or you could bind it. I mean, binding it honestly is softer and you don't have to worry about the coil. Do I have black and black? I don't, right? I have black and brown, right? Okay. I kind of don't want to serge the coil. Yeah, that is a risk, Sydney. Yeah, no to the top stitch, right? I think like that's the key. Sometimes you just got to leave it alone. And I tend to be like an overworker of things. Blazer's sew along. It's coming. Oh, I forgot to show you. I got this in my Waywack order. I've wanted to buy it a few times. It's a soapstone marking pencil, you know, so it's very hard and firm, great for dark fabrics. Brushes off. I've never had one before, so I'll let you know how I like it. Yeah, let's bind it. All right, so I used to do this funny little method on my zipper cases where I would wrap it around like this. And this is so that the ends of the binding are tucked in. So I would wrap it around like this, right? Fold this end here, the one that's against the zipper. This isn't long enough. Okay, so you can just do it. Wait, I want dull side out. So right side there, fold it over. Sometimes what I do is I just fold it over like this, and then I take the whole thing and I push it over like that. I sew it before I cut it. This fabric's a little slimy, so it's a little bit funny. You can sew it as you go, you know, like this. I can go start sewing it. And then push it in there too. It's just you really have very little room, so you gotta get on top of it real quick. All right, and then now you have this finished edge there, right? And then this is the fiddly part too. You tuck all this in here. I got really good at this. With cotton binding, it was a little easier. Oh yeah, this is very fiddly. Because it's really thick. That's what's going on here. Wow, cotton binding's like, oh, you want me to fold? Okay. This stuff's like, yeah, I don't fold. Okay. I can't get it to fold. Okay. I'm making those look real easy, aren't I? Oi. There we go. Phew. Okay, nobody look at it wrong. Get it all tucked in there. Over tuck it a little bit. Might be flared a little, but that's okay. And then sometimes I take this and I grab it like that. See, that's nice and clean. So then you have, because if you just bind it, you have these tails. And this makes it nice and smooth right here. Looks really nice. All right. It's not going through. Oh, I don't know, Abby. How are you doing the super chat thing? Wait, how did you do it? Tell me how you did. Did you do it through one of the links? Yeah, the Choco Liner is great. Yeah, I hate when the zipper the zipper pokes you. You do like it on rayon? Oh, that's good to know. All right, so we have our sleeves, and I'm gonna bring them over to the serger. And I'm going to do my underarms of my sleeves here. Oh, see, my machine is moving a lot. I just gotta maintain this tempo. So when you get to these little crooks like this, you need to straighten them out before the knife gets there and cuts it off. So just straighten that out so that you still have that little wing right there. It's a little tricky. Okay, same thing, I'm gonna get my edge here ready. I can't go too fast, otherwise my machine moves. Maybe I do need to use that sticky side, but I move my machine around a lot, so. Okay, side seams. I'm gonna do an exposed cover stitch on the hems as well, which I should have done on those sleeves before I sewed it. Darn it. Oh. What's that? Oh, Abby, there you go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Were you doing a different spot? Because if I see that you donated somewhere else a couple times, I'll refund those. And I'm sorry. Thank you. You guys have been really generous today. Thanks so much. That's awesome. It pays for all these zippers I bought for my experiment. All right, so there's no left or right to the sleeve, so you can pop either one in either armhole. I love that. It's rare. All right, and so I put my sleeve in there. I'm gonna offset my seams from one another. I'm gonna put the side seam towards the back and the sleeve seam towards the front. I'm just gonna nestle them right here, and I'm gonna start about right here. geez, I feel like my machine's not cutting right now. I have the blade though, it's going. Okay, just checking. Sorry, I don't have my phone over here to see chat. I'm just walking it around to make sure. I'm just trying to trim a tiny bit off, but I am getting a little sloppy with that. I agree. All right, this is my front, so I'm gonna press my shoulder seam towards the back. Get all those threads into the seam allowance. Look at this one right here. I don't know where that guy thinks he's going, but he has another thing coming. Stop curling back in. One more, and then we're gonna have a garment. This looks really nice on the inside. Look at that. Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. Ray! Ray, they took care of you today, remember? Thank you. You guys, it's incredible. All right. This is my front. So I'm going to press side seam towards the back, sleeve seam towards the front. Line it up for a bit. This is the front. Yeah, so you're going that way, dude. There we go. Okay. This stuff, man, it like curls back on my machine, the fleece that's trimming off. It's one of those weird quirky things. All right, this is the back. So that shoulder's correct. Almost there. Stop it. Okay, so let's check it out. It looks finally like a wearable garment. Forgot my tag. Oh well. Let's change this thread over here. I'm not a big fan of the color of this thread, but it's what I got. Oh no, I wanted to overlock the... Sorry. I just love my husband brought ice up here. The funny thing about our whole ice situation too is that last year during fire season, you know, PG&E will say, that's our power thing, we'll say, oh, we got to turn power off for you guys because of fire risk, right? And so they'll turn it off and then they turn it back on, you know, a few days later or whatever. Well, on the very first one, for some reason, it broke our ice maker in our fridge. And we've never gotten it to work again. And there were several more power outages, so we just, you know, we're like, okay, maybe one of them will fix it. And, you know, it didn't. And so ice in our house is a little bit precious. And I'm the opposite direction on where he's going today, so that was pretty nice of him. I find this threader, I have a little trouble getting it lined up when I'm standing up here. Why is this so... Oh, I see. Okay, that is what that is. All right, cool. That's 8 layers right there. I don't really want to go through that. Okay. The guy showed. Oh, okay, Abby, cool. You guys, hi Kathy, how's it going? Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat real quick. All right, so I'm gonna overlock the edge because I'm gonna kind of do the fake flat lock seam hem. Dang it, I want that to go the other way. There we go. This fabric likes to curl a little bit. All right, I'm just gonna do my sleeves and then we'll switch to the cover stitch. We're almost done. All right, I'm gonna turn my sleeves inside out and then I'm going to overlock them. This is the much easier way and safer to put your garment inside out to do these little tiny circles. You learn this really especially on kids' clothes. You know what's really interesting, you guys, is the horizontal stripes on this are actually, they're colored. And I think that's what the flaw is from. Whatever they use to do this grid, that's what it is. And I don't know what that is, but that's what I think happened. It's really obvious under these little lights. Now, let's change our cover stitch real quick. This one's can be really quick or really long. I think I'm going to change the fabric on this table. It was only ever there just so that it didn't look terrible under my ironing mat, but it's so distracting. Why is this cone of thread on here? Wait, I literally just picked a cone of thread up off the floor because one fell and it wasn't the right one. So there were 2 cones that were brown down there. Oh yeah, how weird. What a coincidence. I didn't know I dropped another one. All right, that is this one here. I can't even see that because of the light. Dang. There we go. All right. So this is also what I'm going to experiment with the neckline. Let's just sew a little bit and get this threaded. You know, I kind of wish I would have spread the needles apart, but oh well. Oh, that's a little too tight. I want to move my needle. Can I just do that? Can I just move it over here and use that thread? Right? Can I? Can I? Just go get a snack, you guys. I'm gonna try it. I want it to be whiter, but I feel like I need to, oh, stop that please. There we go. I need to rethread one, right? This one here. Let's try it. Look at this, Terry. I've never even done this before. And then I go like this, right? Yeah, okay. This feels like I'm gonna break the thread when I do that. And then over, right, and then under. Really? Okay. Blue. Right, blue, 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 blue. It was kind of a risk, but we'll see. And I want the tension to be less too. Prepare for fireworks. Oh, I see. That really doesn't make it that wide though. Dang. Let me look at chat, sorry. Sleeve seams get ironed toward the body or the sleeve? Sleeve seams. Hi, Vistigia. I didn't say hi to you earlier, but I saw your hi. Oh, nice. Taking forever. You'll get there. The loop retention. You know, I have it on the lowest. And I have it on the lowest down here too. Pretty sure, yeah. Oh, I can make it a little lower. Okay, cool. Let's try that. That looks better. Look at that. Okay. All right, so we're going to do this upside down. One, it is easier to cover stitch this way. Two, I like the way it looks. I've been doing this a lot lately, mainly because it's been kind of appropriate on the projects I'm doing. I'm going to tuck my tail in here. So I'm going to do the double needle on the top, and then the side that's got all the little thread is going to be on the other side. So this is going to look, this is how it's going to look on the inside, but because we have the serger on here, you just won't know that that's what's going on. I'm going to start this just behind the seam so I can kind of get going before I approach this thickness. There we go. All right, and now I'm going to try and fold it along a grid. We'll see. I can't quite tell if that's what I'm doing or not. I don't want it to look crooked. I also would like more room. Let's see, it looks like this on the right side. Makes this look a little techy, right? Doesn't this machine sound so perky and cute and eager? Love it. I'm getting a little distracted by the lines on this grid now. I totally think that that's what that flaw was from. Whatever they used to make the horizontal lines, because the vertical ones are like a burnout. The horizontal ones are almost like a print. All right. No. There we go. All right, let's trim up this a little bit. Just trimming these threads. You may need to secure it with your single needle. Sometimes you do. There we go. See, it looks like that. Or, look how wavy that is. Oh my God. All right, let's do the sleeve hems. I still need to secure my tails right here. I'll just use that, do that like at the underarms and things. I'll do that with my single needle. All right, so doing this from the wrong side, like I said. Turn these tails in. My sleeve hems. Get in there. We are sewing beasts today. We aren't putting up with anything. All right, I'm gonna clip these before I get to them this time because they're a lot easier to handle when I only have to clip 3. And I'm not sewing over them, you know, so there's the start, down, back. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, kind of. I still need practice. Still a little worried about how I'm gonna do on the collar, but you know, you can always take out some stitches if you go too far or whatever. All right, poke these in here. Sorry I can't see chat. I'll be back in a second. We just have this one and the neck, and we're done. Make sure I got my hems the same width. Hopefully I do. I think I did this hem a little wider. The beginning kind of crept up on me, so I didn't get that threads cut. What is going on there? What's going on there? I'm just gonna clip that like that. All right. And then one of the threads isn't going up the stand in the back. Really? Well, this one is the looper. They all look okay. I can't read chat, I'm so sorry. You guys are like warning me. I just need to rethread this one. Oh no, I need to rethread them both. Well, hot dog. Course, right? It's like the equivalent of running out of bobbin right before you're done. And I have a weird way of threading and I know it, but I haven't been able to break myself of it. Everything looks good, you guys. Okay. Threading the covers. It totally is. All right, so we're going to try. All right, but you know what I didn't think of is this is black. What do we think about that? Now, if I do it from this side, I would need to change my top threads, at least the left one maybe, to black. Oh, what do you guys think? Shoot, I really wanted to do that little cover stitch thing right here. What if I did it both ways? I went around from this side and that side, but I'd have to flip my thread around a lot. Ooh, I don't know about that. Because I would have a double needle right here. If I do it right here, it'd be really close to the edge, you know, like right here. It'd be like this. When in doubt, right? I could put it right here. I'm not opposed to that. Dang, maybe I just need to single needle it. And then I would have a double needle here, and then if I did it again on this side, I kind of want to do that. What do you guys think? Oof. Can you straddle the seam and just change the left needle? That's what I was thinking. I wonder, Hannah. I think... Double needle on the outside? Okay, remember this? So see how theirs is? And on the inside, it's the same thing. On the inside, this is a raw edge too, like it's been it. Oh, it's so much hotter over here. Dang, that looks pretty close. I'm kind of shocked. So, yeah, so I could do it right up top and then stay on the brown. Or I could just do it twice. It's already kind of risky starting and stopping like right here with that machine, right? Like I'm gonna probably have to pull the threads to the back, tie them off. Maybe even thread them through with a needle. Because there's no back stitch. Or do I just leave it? I could single needle it, just stitch it, and then have a row of stitching right there. I still need to fix that too. What do you guys think? And put double needle there, Libby. And then Tammy, you think double needle on the inside. I could follow. Yeah, like this would be a really nice guide, right? I don't know what I want. I want this to not look like that. That's what I want. Maybe I should have done that here too. You know, I could have done it on my, yeah, that was risky though. I might though, I could cover that up. Single needle. You think? That doesn't look home sew to you? Maybe I'll do this stitch right here though. Well, what if I did one here and one here? I kind of like that. I could even do the whole thing, like all the way around the seam allowances, you know, kind of framing it. It doesn't need anything. I know, that's what I'm wondering too, Libby. I'm wondering that, like, what'll happen is I'll go down it and like going between these two thicknesses, because right here this is this thick, and right here it's this thick, you know. I think less is more. I can't overdo it, but I was so kind of into like that kind of look there. Barbara, so, but how would I get my fabric up to that edge? I like the idea of that. Yeah, right, Sydney? I don't think it will, though. It's pretty secure. It just looks kind of unfinished. Except on the inside, it looks finished. Yeah, I could Delta. If I want a top stitch. Well, I could. I don't want 2 lines, though. I want this. See this? How it's the cover stitch? I want this look, you know? Basically like this. Let's visualize. I'm wondering if the thread color is going to bug me up there. I think so too. I think I'll struggle. All right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a single row here and a single row here. And I'm not going to go down. I'm just going to go straight across. You know? I think I could probably take this out too if I don't like it. I wouldn't want to. Well, that's true. I could pull it out. You're right. Pretty easily. That's a good point. It's done with a flat seamer. That's how they did that. My problem is that I forgot about the color of the fabrics. That's really where I was all set to do it, and then I was like, oh, that's right. I have a black lining in here, right? And so what would that mean? Like if I did it, I would have to either, if I wanted to stay brown on brown, hi Martina, and I could do it and stay on this little edge, right? All right, so let's talk about all the ways. So you're doing that, and then I could do what, I think it was it Tammy that suggested straddling right here? I could do that and just do 1 black needle here and 1 brown needle here. I kind of like that idea, you know. If I do it below the seam down here, I could do 2 black needles and then, you know, the brown on the bobbin. Hopefully that would still work. And then, and then I could also flip it and do it again and then flip the threads around. That's a bit, but, you know, it might be worth it to have it on both sides. So let's, first of all, let's just change the top 2 threads to black and do this once. How's that? We're almost done, Martina. We've experimented, or I experimented for like a long time in the beginning. And then I sewed it up pretty quickly after that. I feel like that was, we started sewing it like, I don't know, an hour ago. Maybe an hour and a half ago. My husband brought me ice. It's been a whole stream. We've done a lot. This was for the nerdy folks that are interested in all the experimenting. All right, so we're gonna try 1 pass first, and let's also hope that we can't see our thread colors, because then we'll have to figure something else out. I have a sample I can try. How are you doing, Martina? Thanks for coming. You're like, oh, they're still here. The thread is spun really weird right there. Okay. Where is a sample? Oh, you guys, look it. I have a sample. Let's do this. Let's start right here. Wait, let's make sure it's threaded okay first. All right, here we go. How close do I want to be? I guess right there. Boy, the needles do not go up very high, do they? Okay. Ooh, that's thick. Okay, that looks really good. Let me show you in the other camera. Because, oh, I forgot to switch the thing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, but look, okay, I did a little sample. I'm so sorry, you guys. How long has it been since I've done that to you? I'm so sorry. I need to brighten it up a little bit. We've been here so long, it's getting dark. No. All right, I haven't done the actual thing, but look. So there's the black and the brown. Hello? Okay. You're not getting punished at all. You guys have been awesome. Plus, you've given me so many donations. You can do whatever you want. All right, let's do that. Yeah, I think you're right, Tammy. One pass. All right, I'm switching the camera. All right. Oh, I don't want this. I want this. Okay, this is it. So I'm going to go just below the thickness here. I'm going to start a little bit further. There we go. It's not too thick on this one here. Okay, here we are getting up to that final thickness, and it is pretty thick right here. I'm going to walk it. I don't really know this machine well enough to know what it'll handle, but it's doing it no problem. I'm going to go one stitch past, because I can always take a stitch out. Okay. The opposite of ASMR. Well, it's all about hearing, not seeing. Okay, so here's the underside. See? Looks better than my neck seam. All right, so let's see how we're going to deal with these threads here. So let's kind of just give these a little tug. I don't want to pull it out. Can I can't pull that because it's not a bobbin. I think what I need to do is secure it with my single needle. So I'll just do that. I didn't get it quite up to the edge, even though, look, I went one stitch past. It's right there. That looks really nice on this side. All right. Looks good on the inside. The moment that matters. So what do I have to think about still? I still have to think about, see, so all my hems are done. There's threads everywhere. I just need to secure these 2 underarm spots where I left my tail. I don't know about you guys, but like this kind of thing, like I wouldn't have been able to fall asleep tonight knowing that was there. Like it's almost like when I leave something like this, it's like calling to me. It's like, I don't know, do you guys ever use Control Paste, Control C, Control V? Like on a PC, like when you're copying and pasting, and when you've copied something, you're like copy, 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 copy. Like you're in your head chanting it because you're waiting to paste it. Oh, I forgot to do my stitching after I've threaded the different color, and now it's all funky. That's how I feel about when I leave like something like this. My brain is like, you still need to deal with that. You still need to deal with that. I'm like, yeah, I know. Now's not the time. All right. All right, so I got that one. The other thing I have to deal with is that one little neckline spot, and just my neckline in general. I'm not too keen on how I sewed that. I kind of want to do another stitch right here, you know? And then I'll probably maybe back tack these or these little spots. But I'll do that off camera just because I'm going to have to like thread my machine a couple different ways to do it. Is it Sydney? That's so funny. It doesn't lock at the end technically, Eliza. So you do have to make sure that you secure it. And like this one, I didn't get all the way to the end there. See, I'm not a fan of this. So what would I do? I actually am considering hand sewing that, as crazy as that sounds. It looks good on the inside, you know. I wish I had one button to lighten or darken, like a little toggle. I could just slide it up or slide it down, you know. It doesn't keep it forever though, right? Yeah, well, don't you think, Tammy? I was thinking the same thing. I could just cover that stuff right up with my machine. And then I'd have 2. What do you think, guys? I could just cover it up. I feel like it's kind of risky, but I don't know. Looks pretty good though. Pretty happy with this. All right, well, do we leave it for now? I'm really pleased with this though. I'm kind of surprised because I feel like I didn't practice too much. I just did a bunch of like right here. And then I just went for it. I did on the second try. So I do like the way this looks. I hope my husband will wear it. Does it look home sew? Oh no. I have to look at it on him. Yeah, I think too much. I'm gonna think about it. I might just go back and hand sew that, which is kind of crazy. The whole idea was to do this on the machine, and then my last thing. Or at least stitch it better. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll just take it out and stitch it better. I think that's what I'll do. Cool. Let's call it. We've been here forever. 4 hours. Yeah, right, Tammy? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It might be hard to keep it right where you want, because what if I end up like exposing some of that? And it's very thick. Also, I'd have to deal with this little thing right here, so. Oh, thanks, Sydney. I'm like, what did Sydney say? Thanks. I'm glad, you guys. Sometimes Delta for sure. Sometimes, yeah. He's often has it zipped. The others he's had so many of these in his life. This is less like that kind of fleece pullover with the binding, you know, so. Oh, I'm so glad we're done. Well, that wraps up our whole month-long menswear month, but I do have another menswear pattern coming in the near future from Hearts, so that'll be good. I'm going to do a Henley, so. But maybe press it. It's fleece, though. I'll try. I'll press a little bit. Yeah, I think the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this stitch out here and I'm going to restitch it, but I'm going to use my machine. And I'm going to make sure I have these little spots fixed so that they don't come undone. Thanks for coming along for the ride, you guys. I'm really glad. Hey, thanks, Walter. You still here? Must be getting late. Oh, it's not. It's only 3 o'clock. That's all right. It's not a Patreon Zoom. Yeah, so next week is kind of a mystery to me too. I'm going to be probably either doing the so I have 3 things I want to do in August, and then in the last week of August will be a Hearts fabric sponsored stream project. I think it's going to be a jumpsuit. I think. I can't remember. I don't know what that pattern looks like. I just told them what you guys said. I don't even know. And then the other 3 weeks I'm going to do, I have this crazy idea of a way to make something with scrap fabrics, like literal scrap, like trash scraps for the yard. I think I may have told you guys about that. I want to maybe draft and sew the Sew House 7 tea house dress as a front and back, like perfect ideal dress with no belt. And then I want to refashion and fix things. I want to add pockets to this dress. So yeah. And you guys donated $25 today. Thank you so much. 30. Corey's was right off the page there. $30 in donations. Thank you so much, you guys. You almost paid for this whole project, which is really great. And other projects, just the notions for doing all the experimentation and stuff, that's huge for me. So it really helps me keep doing these experimental things, because sometimes I don't buy things because I'm just like, oh, do I really want to experiment all that stuff and not end up using it and not be usable, throw it away, like, so it's really great. Thanks. Appreciate it. So have a great weekend. I will see you guys Wednesday, and I'll release a calendar on Tuesday. So it'll be an interesting month. And if you're not already subscribed and you're kind of into this kind of thing, please subscribe. I'm about to hit 10,000 subscribers, and that would be really cool. Probably in the next few weeks. 3-year anniversary coming up. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Take care, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday.